Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Very cool. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Do. Doot. Cool. Scutari tomorrow. Wait. I didn't do the meme. I have to do the meme. I have to be an NPC. Alright, I'm an NPC. I too will also say Scutari tomorrow. Alrighty. What's up, Chris? Okay, what are we doing? Explosives. That's what we're doing. I need some coal and sulfur. Need hard drives to make compacted coal and turbo fuel, but I do want to make turbo fuel as soon as I can. We do want explosives. So I can get rid of that. Huh? I don't have any sulfur in you. The fuck? You should have sulfur in you. What the? This needs to be remedied immediately. Motherfucker, you're on load. Why don't you load? Low? Alright. Nice meme. I don't just fall down when I get hit by trucks anymore. They just go through me. I didn't know that. That's kind of crazy. All right. Load the damn truck. There you go. You were just being stupid last time. Many such cases. This thing slows down when going over sharp inclines. I didn't know that. Interesting. Probably want to avoid those as much as possible. Lovely. All right, black powder. Can't get smokeless powder yet.
Black powder recipe.
Can't get explosive rebar for a while.
Research available.
Do I want to sacrifice a precious hard drive? Not really. Well, we have to go back and get some other stuff anyways if we want the Nobelisk detonator. We'll have to somehow bring pipes here. Somewhat annoying. What's up, Big Jerry? Today is a chill stream. We just bing chilling today because I finally got a follow-up interview. It's a bit early in the morning, so we're not going to be going too hard today. We're just going to be bing chilling today. Something might finally be coming up, Daho. Something. Good news, everyone. Something is working out in my favor. Okay, I came here for pipe. I need pipe. So my tentative plan is when I get fuel production going. I'm going to tear apart the coal generating plants because I can use that coal for something more useful. Mostly compacted coal, which can be used to make turbo fuel to make even more efficient power generation with fuel generators. And eventually we just work our way up to nuclear. So we're going to do that. What else are we going to do? Oh yeah, we're going to literally rip everything here to shreds. All of the small little facilities that we have, they are doing the job that they're supposed to do for now. But eventually we will not want them. And we're going to rip all of them to shreds. Put together some form of like logistics network with roads. And for anything else that I have to bring in from further away, I use trains for that. That's going to be my plan. So like an inner road system, probably centered around here, but we need some explosives to clear out a whole lot of shit. So that's why I need explosives. With those explosives, we're going to become a maniac. We're just going to start exploding things. Probably also going to do some explorations. So we're going to be pretty much bing chillin' on phase 2 for probably a long while. Because this is a fine phase to do all this, like, transitionary sort of steps and whatnot. Got the blueprints we need. I may set up a doggo pen as well. I should probably do that, so then I can get, like, some extra power slugs and a couple other things while I'm away faffing about doing other things. Can get some useful stuff out of it. I'll do that. What'd I come here for? I need wire. Cable, not wire. I need cables. I do want to do some hunting specifically for, well, summer sloops, mercer spheres. So then I can get some dimensional depot shenanigans going, but more specifically what I want is hard drives. I need a whole bunch of alternate recipes. Oh dear. Alright, well. Big Jerry with the second hello all. That's crazy. They said it wasn't possible, but here it is. Oh, right, I don't remember what I went up there for. Let's recycle all the, useless stuff I have in my inventory right now. Alright, well. Um... Okay. Once that done. I have no idea how I managed to pull that off. Almost dead. Lovely. Right, we need to make some black powder first. Shouldn't be too hard. 50 pieces of black powder. We need pipes for the alternate recipe. Figured. Assembler and equipment workshop. We can't make these in the equipment workshop. Alright, we'll just make a punch by hand. That's fine. So I can continue my research. Alright. Sulfur. Nobelisk detonator. Alright, we can make explosives now.
Detonator and
Go away.
basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the universal detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
That's fucked up. Alright, now all we have to do is bring some steel pipe over here. Would be more nice and convenient if I had the iron pipe alternate recipe, because then I could just make pipe out of iron. And be really easy, but I don't. Oh, they completely changed that animation. Lovely. It used to make like a bunch of like really big annoying fucking chunks of rock everywhere that you'd have to like wait to despawn because they'd still have collision and it'd be really, really fucking annoying. So you'd have to wait for them to like despawn. No, you don't have to do that anymore. That's a lovely, lovely, lovely little change. Okay, so assemblers. Let's take a look at our... Yeah, we're gonna have to produce all this shit. Eventually. We'll get to that when we get to that. Could even start making AI limiters. 15. I can sustain about 16 of these things. Do we need that much black powder? No. That's a little too much black powder. We can do it if we want to. We really do not need that much black powder. That's unnecessary. Let's do 60. That'd be 2 assemblers worth. That's more than enough black powder. For now. Because the rest of this, sulfur and coal that we're going to have is going to be making compacted coal. We need compacted coal for turbo fuel. But we'll need fuel before we can even get turbo fuel. But that's not going to be too hard. Alright, we don't need to make anything too complicated here. We can just make something simple. We need portable miners. Alright. Then we need pipe. Put the pipe together with the black powder. That's explosives. We just need to bring over the pipe. Which would be kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Should have kept some quick wire with me. That's okay. I can make power towers. Okay, I'll probably make some of those eventually once we reform everything. As in, obviously, we're going to make those. Use that for zip lines and whatnot. Dude, the more I look at this like whole clavicular story of him trying to do IRL content in France, him trying to pick up some girls in France, and he decided to pull out the line of saying like, I'm famous. And they're just like, who? Because Boy Meets Video showed this. It's really funny. And then he pulls up the excuse saying like, clearly the reason why the French girls didn't recognize me is because they're genetically inferior. That's fucking awesome, man. That's so funny. It's like, yeah, clavicular. That's the reason why the French girls don't fuck with you, bro. Because they're genetically inferior. That's good. That's funny. You don't understand. It's because their genes are inferior because France lost in World War II. Nah. It's like, okay, bro. That's fucking awesome. This is an experiment I'm going to probably also try and see how this works. Black powder. Okay. Splitter. Cringe. Alright. There's the coal. Come here. And the sulfur is right there. So that'll be black powder. Let's do that. Alright, well that's that done. Anything else I can research? The hand equipment slot. That's not bad. Requires 50 goddamn encased steel beams. Do I want this expanded tool belt now? What would I keep in it? Not really much. What I do want is compacted coal. Skitari tomorrow. Dude, Skitari tomorrow. We're eating the powder that makes you say Skitari tomorrow. Dude. Putis, it's Skitari tomorrow, dude. Puto. Wait, and this Putingu says...
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
I was already based. What do you mean? Putingus. Skitari tomorrow. We're eating the powder that makes you say Skitari tomorrow. Don't you pog-o me, you fucking... Have I ever said how much I hated this fucking sputungus? This fucking putis. This literal putis pow. Fuck this guy. Fuck this puto. You think you can pog-o me, huh? Huh? Fucking putis pow. Alright, so, pipe. Unload.
Your mom?
Why don't you say that to my face, huh?
I fuck your mom every night.
Well, you know what? Fuck you. Punk bitch. What do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, you would say that, wouldn't you? Fucking racist. Do you have any other wisdom to impart on the world? Any other bits of tomfoolery to engage in?
I love Tesla.
I bet you do love Tesla. But Trump, why do you love Tesla so much?
We have to keep our country gay.
This is true. People are saying this. What other words of wisdom do you have to impart on us? Oh, Daddy Trump. I mean, what? Hey, yo.
Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That shit was AI, but I wanted it to be real so badly, puto. I know you wanted it to be real as well. We both wanted it to be real. Puto, why couldn't it be real? Why couldn't it just be like powder that makes you say Scutari tomorrow? Because life sucks. Well, puto, you didn't have to be real about it. The fuck? Too real.
Shut up, silly woman.
Yeah, I'm banning you. I'm gonna turn into Leafy this year, become extremely ugly, and just say literally. Because Leafy did say literally all the time, like a fucking weirdo. You know a song is a certified banger when you hear I got a PC and you got a Mac at the beginning? Is this fucking 2003? What the?
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you're not fucking American. Wait, that was 2010? Nah, you're capping. Wait, was it Weezer? Who's... Of course, why am I not surprised it was fucking Weezer? Puto, you're literally being a putingus.
champ. That's really interesting. Next time,
You should kill yourself now.
We're banning the Fortnite. We're killing him. Hey, champ, that's really interesting. Next time, literally, fuck you.
Your mama!
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you with a barrel. I'll do it. This vehicle path is gonna be so weird. But it's okay, puto. You know what we have instead? We have Tobuscus making songs about white power. That's what we do have. Yeah, didn't you know that Tobuscus is like a complete chud right now? He complained about YouTube unfollowing him. Like, I think like an hour after saying white power. It's like, oh, I wonder why YouTube unfollowed you. Though I wonder why they may have done that. Well, not all of them. PewDiePie never did the white power stuff. Not really. He was just a dumbass. I think there's a bit of a difference.
What a fucking ass.
Yeah, he did say the N-word. And PewDiePie probably is racist. He is Swedish. So...
Correct.
So the likelihood of being racist is pretty high. Like Forzen. Sorry to say puto, but Forzen is... But Forzen is definitely racist.
Forza.
Yeah, O4's Ellie Giggle is definitely racist. Sorry to say puto. Forsen said the word before. But you know what? In like 2019. Yeah. But you know what, puto? Not all is lost. Now you may be thinking yourself, huh? And that is, you need to have your racist past to have an even more racist future.
Enough about my racist past. Let's discuss my racist future.
We got crackers, no gluten. Fuck crackers.
You trying to get me banned, you fucking idiot? Fuck you.
Correct.
This fucking guy. This is why you can't. This is why I can't have you around, you bastard. Why are you the way that you are sometimes?
We're going to build the N-word.
A good one. Yeah, you're gonna build the N-word? Okay, Tobuscus. Relax. But it's just weird. I have no idea why a lot of older YouTubers are just like fucking psychopaths. Not a lot of them. There's a bunch of them that are like psychopaths. Most of them I'd say are normal. Actually, am I willing to commit to saying that most YouTubers, old YouTubers, are normal? I don't know.
We are led by very, very stupid people.
That's also true, Chris. We are led by very, very putis people. Like El Fortus Netus, who is the biggest
Congratulations.
putis. Why are you such a big popega? Team Paveja.
Because
Yeah, because? Are you going to explain?
wargaming.
Because wargaming? I don't think that's how that works, Alex. Do you have any other insights for us, Alex? Because I think you're being stupid.
These people are so weak they're into all this eugenics stuff because they hate humanity because they don't see themselves as dominant, so they get together in these death cults to then pull down people greater than them, and that's why they're like chaos gods. He's greater than you. Oh yeah, what's this chaos greater than us?
I mean, you're not wrong there, puto. But all I know is that I saw, like, little idiots have shields now or something. That's kind of annoying. Little fucking putinguses have shields, and it's just like, why do you have that? Fuck you.
Moses.
I don't think Moses would approve that, Alex. I don't think that's how that works. People do say that word. This is true, Chris. Also, why the fuck are they buffing fucking Shootagrin again? Why? Why would they do that? Why are they reducing the cooldown by a further 25%? That's so broken. 'Cause I asked? Well, you think they're accommodating you, putungus? Shut the fuck up. No one cares. No one's accommodating you for you, you putis pal. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, okay. You can huff that fucking copium, dude. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you tell yourself. That's what you can tell yourself at night there, buddy.
I am a human
Retard.
That's true. You are that. Just sort? That's cringe. That's cringe like El Fortus fucking Netus.
Answer the question.
What question?
You're so handsome.
Pepe, why are you gay?
I don't, you say answer the question and you don't ask a question. Is the question, why are you gay?
You are gay.
I'm not gay. You are gay. Are you transgender?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. Why are you gay, Ford?
How can I describe you? Homosexual?
I don't know. How do I describe you? Do you perform the obligations?
Doesn't that make you gay?
The way he describes sex as the obligations is so funny to me. Yeah, well, Chris, you forgot. This is my stream, so we're a little problematic. Wow.
I prefer men.
I'm so scared. That is true. You can say the F slur and I can't. she's got us
Do you
there.
perform the natural obligations?
She's got us there, puto. We're kind of permanently defeated. I don't know, puto. Do you perform the natural obligations? Natural obligations. Describing it as describing it as that is so funny. First off, I don't agree with you whatsoever. I don't think a majority of the population is conservative. I don't think so. That's a bunch of cope from conservatives to try to seem more popular than they actually are. And second off, even if most people who would call themselves conservative are all suffering from some kind of brain worms. While economic pragmatism and conservatism don't go hand in hand. Who constantly deficit spends more than liberals? No, I disagree with this. They are... no. Pragmatism and conservatism should not be conflated. You guys are making a massive mistake. If we're talking about conservatives, conservatives consistently blow up deficits. They constantly cause recessions. They constantly recklessly spend in comparison to that of liberal counterparts. If we're talking about the most recent, like, liberal presidencies, who are the ones who have balanced the budget / even had surpluses of the budget? Oh, it's been liberals. It's been the Democrats every single time under Clinton, Obama, and Biden. And who's... I'm just going to say this right here. Trump has been responsible for about 1/3 of the national debt within America. So, yeah. But that's the US. That's also the case everywhere else. Conservatives are not fiscally responsible. They're not. That's a bunch of hooey. It's propaganda. Propaganda to make you think that they're better on the economy than they are. They're not actually better than on the economy. Like here, for example, Mark Carney calls himself a liberal, but he's governing exactly like Stephen Harper, who's a conservative. He's doing deficit spending right now, for example, in order to pump up the defense budget. He is cutting social services and public services. Which will have consequences of inflationary pressures on the economy. Like, pretty much guaranteed. Oh, for what? Oh, a bunch of rich assholes can get more money. So he can further privatize a bunch of stuff. I mean, he's trying to privatize the public airports, for fuck's sake, in this country. And those are explicitly conservative things to do. Well, it's capitalistic, neoliberal sort of things. But I make the argument that neoliberalism is explicitly conservative. It's not actually liberal. Economic liberalism and neoliberalism are anathema to one another. Asia, Russia, Middle East. mostly socially conservative. Well, that's mostly because of the fact that they are highly patriarchal societies. Which is, again, a construction of the Enlightenment, which is inherently liberal. Now, is it actually, like, you know, a core tenet of current social progressivism and liberalism? No. But the Enlightenment thinkers were very, very patriarchal. For example, the Enlightenment thinkers, you know, your Hobbes, your Adam Smiths of the world, blah, 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 blah. They advocated for open borders. For only men. Oh, really? Yes. They just wanted to create incels? Well, not exactly. The whole, I mean, society at that point in time, within the, like, 16 and 1700s, was just highly patriarchal. I can make it turn this sharp. Hopefully. My wife. What do you have to say for yourself, Ford? Hmm?
Now you're gonna see.
Jesus, that scared the fuck out of me. He left. Listen, my asks are relatively simple from neoliberals. Is to actually be liberals. Because what we currently have, we don't even have the basic tenets of liberalism anywhere within the world. I've also made that argument, and I think I'm correct in my assessment. We don't even have the basic tenets of Enlightenment thinking or adherence to international fucking laws. And the simple litmus test for that is Israel. That is the greatest litmus test for all of this. What's up, Clay?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
It's all been, like, twisted and perverted and made to be extremely fucking demented from the current economic paradigm that we find ourselves under. And that's not necessarily anyone's fault in there. Far from it. It's mostly the fault of capitalism that we currently find ourselves under. Capitalism and liberalism are fundamentally, they are incompatible with one another. They cannot exist in the same strata. I also do think this. Because again, Marx believed in the tenets of liberalism. The basis of Marxism is that of Enlightenment liberalism. He was just someone who wanted to go beyond liberalism. No. Marx did not invent neoliberalism by accident. Marx would say that neoliberalism is a byproduct of the continued financialization of the economy, which he did write about, of the tendency of capital to further and further concentrate in the hands of fewer and fewer, which is the point of neoliberalism. Yeah, oh yeah, duh. Like, again, Reagan and Thatcher created the system of financialization required for neoliberalism to come into existence. Yeah, Marx and neoliberalism. Marx talked about how the concentration of capital is inevitable byproduct of capitalism. That more and more wealth and power is going to concentrate more and more in fewer hands, which is exactly what's happened with the financialization of the economy. And we're starting to feel the consequences of that right now. Point of neoliberalism, I thought, was that markets should have more power because they tend to and respond to the needs of people easier or something. That was the argument, yes, that neoliberals made, saying that the free hand of the market will be able to adjust and adapt to basically anything. It's a bunch of hooey. It's nonsense. Free trade and deregulation. Well, deregulation's more of a neoliberal principle, but free trade's a liberal one. The freedom of movement in commerce, that's a liberal principle. Private ownership of businesses too. That was more something, well, the problem with Enlightenment liberalism is that they didn't necessarily talk about the private ownership of businesses as much because capitalism came out of the Enlightenment. It came out of mercantilism. They more so talked about mercantilist sort of economies. The Adam Smiths of the world, Hobbes, and a bunch of other people. Now, you can make arguments to say that free market capitalism and free markets is a natural evolution of economic liberalism, but I don't think I agree with that. Or, maybe? I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Certainly not to the extent that we have it today, though. Adam Smith would, for example, look at the current system that we have and be appalled. Like, Adam Smith, for fuck's sake, people would think he was a fucking Maoist, for example. Because he did not like landlords. He was very much so anti-landlord. He hated landlords. Was not a fan of landlords. Adam Smith is useful in describing, you know, necessary, like, pillars of ideological foundations necessary to explain a lot of, well, where communism and where Karl Marx got a lot of his sort of ideas from. He's very important. Which is why I don't really like people like a lot of Marxists, quote-unquote Marxists, who have outright rejections of liberal ideas. It's like, well, you need to have an understanding of some form of the base, to be honest. Do you agree that society will be divided into classes with conflicting interests, just like people do, by the way, each other? Yes, I am explicit. I do believe in Marxism, yeah. The tendency of history has and this is the historical materialist sort of perspective, a lot of it has come down along class lines. A lot of it can be explained through that. Not everything, of course. I'm not like, you know, it depends, obviously. But a lot of the things that have happened throughout history can be explained throughout with the structure of historical materialism. Division is normal? I don't agree with this. Why should division be normal? The reason why humanity is as successful as it is as a species is because of our ability to be able to work with one another communally. That's why we were able to conquer the planet. That's why we are the apex predators of the planet. Not because of division, but because we came together. Okay. That is the pipes I need to send to the black powder in order to make explosives. And now I have explosives. There's a lot of problems with the Juche, Clay. I'm not particularly a big fan of authoritarian power structures. Because I see it anathema to Marxism. And Marxism is inherently supposed to be liberatory. Think different values lead to this naturally? Well, obviously, everyone's going to have, like, differing values. But there is one constant. And that is, humanity was not successful because we were divided. Humanity was successful because we are communal. We are capable of forming complex social constructs, ideas, and concepts. And that's essentially what Marx is, I would say, trying to make a return to. You know, what I'm saying is, like, could be, like, a little Darwinian or whatever, but I do think this. I do think that the reason why we are successful is not because of divisions that we have. That's a bunch of fucking hooey and bullshit. We are strong because of the fact that we have complex systems and are capable of forming complex thought. And we're also incredibly tenacious as a species. Yes, but that's not always the case. If we, again, like I said before, if we are talking about monarchistic sort of systems and, power structures, yeah, of course, they're all going to be only thinking about themselves. They are the ones with all of the power, right? But since we've never really had a system that had more distributed the power amongst more people, it's always been in the hands of the few rather than many. You will probably see people's ideas shift significantly. But this idea has never really essentially been tried. We have always had systems of hierarchical structure, whether it be mercantilist societies, whether it be feudal societies, slave societies, capitalist societies, which is what we're currently in right now. Everything has so far been essentially socially constructed in a hierarchical sense. Well, now you're starting to sound like Jordan Peterson right there. Hierarchy is not inevitable. There are systems, like for example, within like anarchist Spain, or like that used to exist before they got crushed by other hierarchical systems that had more power, that were capable of fucking working without the need of fucking hierarchy. saying that something like hierarchy is inevitable is something that leads to, I would say, fascist ideology. It is inherently fascistic. This should work. How come? Because the basis of fascism, for example. The basis of fascism is inherently built off of hierarchical structures that we have built. It's just taken to the extreme. I'm using hierarchical thinking when you say hierarchy is inevitable. In what way? Hierarchy of language and concepts. Okay, dude. By categorizing concepts and ideologies as this or that kind of probability of happening. But that's explicitly the position of what Marx said. And so far, that's how it's played out historically speaking. Rather live under left-wing authoritarianism than right-wing authoritarianism. With left-wing authoritarianism, you have free healthcare? Not necessarily. Most left-wing authoritarian structures that have operated have used the exact same economic model as fascist. As right-wing authoritarian structures. State-run capitalism, so it's not that simple. If we're talking about hierarchy, because inherently the structure necessary for fascism to take root, to come into existence, requires hierarchical structure. And fascism, for example, is obviously, as you're noting, not for individualism. The problem is with what you're saying is hierarchy is inevitable. This is how a fascist thinks. Right? They say that there must always be a particular pecking order. There has to be one. They also think that hierarchy is inevitable. We're talking about different types of hierarchies. Perhaps we are. That's probably where we may be having a potential for an impasse. But what I'm mostly talking about in terms of a hierarchical structure is that, of course, of, like, say, the bourgeoisie, or say, like, a dictator being on top, having absolute power for themselves, you know, shit like that. If we want to keep it as simple as possible. I do like the general idea of guy who rubber stamps an idea in an org, even government, maybe be close to inevitable. I don't think so. Alright, we have explosives now. I don't think it's inevitable. I do think hierarchies are totally normal when it comes to added value, for an example. Which IMO should lead to different benefits. A wealth hierarchy. I don't think there is I don't think having a wealth hierarchy is beneficial whatsoever. I mean, the fact that we currently have wealth hierarchies, the reason why we're in the economic problems that we're even in right now. Yeah, don't let Winter hear you say that stuff. Bit of discrepancy in wealth can be a motivating force. Maybe. It depends. Some people are more beneficial for others based on others' POV. That's why they get rewarded more, which kind of leads to wealth hierarchies. No. I don't think I don't think I'm exactly picking up what you're saying there. What people call wealth is underdefined. Wealth is more than your assets. You can put a dollar sign on. Wealth, basically, if we want to put a definition to the term wealth, basically, it's not necessarily always about how much money that you have. It's also about how much power that you have as well. Because that's where a lot of the stuff that I talk about is I always talk about power. That's why I am very, very much so anti-hierarchical, because the current power structures that we have right now are not producing very, very good outcomes. Pretty terrible fucking outcomes, to be honest. X offers some value, Y offers more than X. Y gets rewarded because people perceive Y more valuable, which translates into money, aka wealth hierarchy. It's not exactly... just kind of. What's essentially... I mean, that's like essentially... Yeah, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but like... kind of. Well, no, that's how the freehand of the market stuff is supposed to work, but it was a lie. It was always a lie. That was the idea behind it. And in fact, Marx also said that that's how capitalism is supposed to work. But he inherently rejected that because eventually so much wealth is going to be concentrated from the hands that are supposed to do the more beneficial exchanges, which is the fundamental building block of fucking capitalism, is exchange of money. But Marx, I don't know if he wrote this in Capital. He wrote it somewhere. Marx inherently rejects that sort of definition of how capitalism is supposed to work because of a recognition of seeing like, well, no, that's just not how that works. Given the current history of economics that we have right now, it's been made very, very clear that we're just going to see a further concentration of more and more wealth in the hands of more people, which is something that's always happened historically speaking. And inevitably, capitalism is also going to do the same thing. And we're starting to see that play out right now. Same level needs defining, but I do think if you bring a better service, idea, product, work ethic, work performance, you do deserve a seat at the table over someone who can't. Yeah, sure. The problem is that what if there's people who just can't do that? Because there's plenty of people who just can't. Should they be inherently shut out? Which I don't believe should exist as a hyper-capitalist myself. Right. How is that your responsibility? Well, that's the purpose of what the state is supposed to be there to help cover. And it's not like anyone's asking for them to have, like, I don't know, luxury condos and, like, a fancy car or whatever. Just something where they can essentially have an even playing field with everyone else. That's really about it. They just need a bit of a hand. Because life is shit, and it's tough out there. And everyone needs sometimes a little bit of a hand. Also, if we extend this idea, why stop at borders? Well, I don't have a problem with the abolition of borders. Depends on how it's done, but I don't have a problem with that. Obviously, it can't be done now. It's not realistic. But yeah, I don't think borders should exist. We currently live in a borderless society. If you have capital, if you have money, if you have wealth, borders already don't apply to you. We essentially have that already. Alright, I have explosives now, which means it's time to explore. Which means it's also time to probably yap about videos. I don't think certain cultures can mix. Well, why not? America is a country that has every culture in existence of it. And it is not inherently collapsed. For example, imagine 10 very empathetic people and 10 people with minimal empathy. They won't mix well. Not necessarily. Also, if we're talking about empathy and cultures, it's not exactly the best comparison. Not the best. Listen, I mean, I've said before, USAID is like fine, even though, yeah, there are arguments, obviously, that USAID has been used for sussy actions in the past, blah, 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 blah. There's a history, yada, 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 right? That's obvious. But, for the most part, the benefits seem to outweigh the negatives. The negatives of it being completely gone is significantly worse than it being there. So, you know, just pure utilitarian calculus would basically say, like, yeah, it's more beneficial to have USAID around in comparison to it not being around. Which will make, like, some of the most very, very stupid people very, very mad, but I don't really care. Proudly call yourself a hyper-capitalist on Twitter. This is true. She does do that. I still have no idea how that happened because I've known Chris for years. Don't know how exactly that happened. Okay, I'm saying that a little bit rhetorically. I do kind of know how it happened. And it's not necessary to get into right now. But I know how it's happened. Alright, cool. Oh, I know. Okay, well, we got the purple sphere. Used to be a socialist, transitioned a few years back. It'd be like that. Yeah, which is why I could have said something really edgy, but I'm not going to do it. I could have said something so edgy, Chris, but I'm not doing it. Sure. Just remind me, because I'll probably forget. Flames you all. Flame on. Okay, we have shit to cover. Used to be a pro-Israel Israel liberal, not a pro-Israel liberal anymore. Well, that's good, Clay. Israel is evil. This is a fact. I'm gonna grab some water because I'm thirsty. I'm gonna stretch my legs, and I'm just gonna we're just gonna listen to some videos mostly. Yeah, mostly. So I will be right back, gamers. All right. Just more loud. There we go. We're so Barack Hussein Obama. Obama. XQC has been banned. Oh, the dude who's blatantly okay with violations of copyright got fucking banned for DMCA? I, for one, am completely shocked. Who would have thought? Very cool. No, I think I'm okay with XQC staying banned. Fuck you, XQC. No, you're just saying that out of spite. I am saying that out of spite. Also because I think he's a dumbass, but whatever. Yes, I do think IP law is very cringe. I do think DMCA is extremely cringe. The same thread that says that XQC gets banned. Meanwhile, at Twitch lets Hassan do whatever he wants. Clown company. What did he even do to violate the TOS? Did he stream the fucking World Cup? No, he didn't. Okay, dude. Very silly. Yeah, what about, dude? For what? For what? If someone who should be permanently banned from all platforms should be Asmongold for unironically spreading a bunch of like far-right Nazi-esque propaganda. That is someone who should be fucking permanently banned. But that's not gonna happen. That is someone who should be permanently banned. XQC is like small fry. Like, it doesn't matter. XQC is just a grifter. Le chapeau à clavicular. Dude. The French are clowning on clavicular. I love to see it. It's very good. It's fantastic. I'm all for it. One of them talked about vigilante justice. I'm very unfamiliar of what exactly you're talking about. So, I need to grab Kier Starmer resignation speech. Just want a quick highlight. Six minutes of his resignation speech. Perfect to fucking splice on for my fucking Kier Starmer is gone video. You know things are grim when the French are even clowning on you? Honestly, listen, as much as we like to rag on the French, they're alright. I'll say it. I'll do the cringe thing. The French are okay. They're cringe in a lot of respects. Lots of cringe with the French. But if we're talking about like the worst people on the planet, the French are not that up there. You know, there's a lot of problems. It's mostly with the state of France. But the people of France, they can be very annoying sometimes and incredibly snooty and full of themselves. But they have a powerful tradition of being pro-labor. Alright. We have things to listen/yap about while I mostly run around and just blow stuff up with explosives. Why did fucking Michaela Peterson make a 35-minute video about this shit? What the fuck? Well, whatever. Yeah, Jordan Peterson's been kind of gone. Because her dad can't? Okay, well that, like, I'm just saying, why is the explanation so long? That's my question. What is she yapping about for 35 minutes? What the heck? That's my question. Excuse me. All right. Well, let's get started with this bullshit. Many people are asking this fucking question. Well, okay, I'm mostly saying that a little bit rhetorically. A bunch of people have asked this question, or some people have asked this question. What the hell is going on with Jordan Peterson? Well, yeah, what happened to him? Last time we talked about Jordan Peterson, we talked about he had like some Piers Morgan appearances where obviously he made himself look as ridiculous as possible. And we talked about how he's a grifter. That's really about it. I think it was the last time we talked about Jordan Peterson on the fucking channel. Is how he is a grifter and how he used his grift, his like manosphere shtick / pushing of far right like politics and whatnot, self-help guru looking head ass bullshit in order to essentially argue for hierarchical structures. Not very much so to the benefit of men, or at least that's what I think. So that was where we last talked about Jordan Peterson, and then he just kind of like dropped off of the map. Like, not like a metaphorical sense, but like kind of a literal sense. Like he just kind of disappeared, and it's just like, where did he go? What happened to him? What happened to our main little Kermity man, Jordan Peterson? And apparently we have an answer to that question now. So here's Michaela Peterson, his daughter, who's also about as weird as he is, and kind of part of the reason for as to why Jordan Peterson kind of crashed out and had the health problems that he had with the all meat diet and all that stuff, but whatever, that's a whole other can of fucking worms. But here is his daughter explaining the reasons, it seems, for as to why he's back in the fucking hospital. So we figured out that dad has a psych medication induced neurological injury. So, okay, we know he went to a coma. He had a random treatment of it in Russia. Well, not random. A bit of a, shall we say, over-the-counter sort of treatment for it in Russia. And ever since he had that treatment, he's become, I guess for lack of a better term, more manic. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Yeah, a little bit more manic or something. Like, a little bit more kind of crazy. Yeah, a little bit more kind of crazy than he usually was. Mostly probably as a byproduct of that coma, and probably almost because of the fact that he died and shit like that. Because eventually Jordan Peterson just became, like, kind of like a little bit of a weirdo. Yeah, a little bit of a weirdo, I guess, for, like, lack of a better term. And then all of a sudden, he, as a byproduct of his, like, constant crying and whatnot, he sort of, like, fell off of a cliff, and nobody really gave much of a shit about him anymore. But he's back now. So, yeah, thank you, Armor and Quills. Yeah, what you're saying is true. The term is emotionally dysregulated. That's true. And he became emotionally dysregulated, and he became, like, more manic, more weird, and seemingly, like, just way more, I guess for lack of a better term, aggressive. Mostly, like, aggressive, I would say. He became way more of a fucking asshole. That's for certain. And he kind of just started making, like, worse and worse analysis, I guess for lack of a better term, as, like, a creator. And I guess because of that, it's I guess all come back around to haunt him, I guess, in a metaphorical sense. I don't want to say it's like karma or whatever, because it's kind of like an asshole thing to say, but, like, I don't know, maybe going to Russia for a bit of a over-the-counter sort of method might not have been exactly the best idea. I don't know, it's just some food for thought. So apparently he was taking a bunch of psychological drugs. He had not a backlash to it, probably like a reaction to it, and now he's back in a fucking coma, basically, if I could just get the basic gist of it. Okay, you know, I've been rambling enough. What do you got for me, Michaela?
Hey guys, this is a video update on Dad's health, as well as a much longer portion of information about what he's suffering from, what a lot of people are suffering from, unfortunately, and what my experience with these issues was. These updates are not fun for me. They're really stressful, and I would have updated you guys sooner, but he's still been really sick, and he got worse over the last few months, and I'm 25 weeks pregnant, and I wasn't able to record anything without weeping the whole time.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot she's also pregnant. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's an even bigger shit show. So she's pregnant, and her dad is back in the hospital with another coma. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Until this week, apparently. And it stresses out my whole family to talk about it online, and there's no point in adding stress to an already stressful situation, except that because we're public, Dad in particular, it's also stressful not talking about it, because then rumors get started, and then that's all people wonder about. So,
that's fair.
Dad's been suffering from an old neurological injury that's more recently been causing akathisia. Akathisia is the worst thing I've ever seen anyone go through. That sounds dramatic, but it's true. We talked about it in 2020 and 2021 when he experienced it after clonazepam injured him. And I'll explain why it's an injury in a bit. I had a very brief experience with akathisia with symptoms that were extremely horrifying.
Wait, what the fuck was the first thing? Okay, hold on. I need to re-listen to that again. What? What's the We're going back a little bit. Taking off the 2x speed. I need to listen to that again.
Talked about it in 2020 and 2021 when he experienced it after clonazepam injured him. And all
clonazepam injured him. What is that? Why don't we take a look? So, okay, clomazone or clomazepam, that's the benzo that he was taking, right? Because we know that he started taking a bunch of benzos for his psychological problems that he was having, right? So we know that he was on a bunch of fucking benzos, right? In order to take care of his neurological fucking problems, or psychological problems rather. And no, no, these would be neurological drugs. Yeah, neurological problems. So we know that specifically, right? And we know that he's been kind of. Is it safe for me to say that he has been having some problems because of it? I guess kind of in a sort of a way. Yeah, it's been fucking kind of tough for Jordan Peterson, because he's been having some, shall we say, for lack of a better term, mostly for lack of a better term, some issues with the fact that he has been, well, for lack of a better term, just like kind of like constantly crashing out. Yeah, I guess like constantly fucking crashing out and getting like sort of more manic. So I guess the long-term side effects of him taking this benzo has essentially caught up to him, if I were to take a pretty fucking simple guess, I guess.
I'll explain why it's an injury in a bit. I had a very brief experience with akathisia with symptoms that were extremely horrifying.
Akathisia. So that's the other thing that's mentioned. What the fuck is akathisia? A okay. Akathisia is a psychiatric movement disorder defined by a distressing, uncontrollable urge to move, combined with a deep subjective inner restlessness. Interesting. So she has problems moving because of a psychiatric problem that she's having. And same with Jordan Peterson. Gotcha.
But not as severe as his when I went through antidepressant withdrawal from Lexapro. That was just over 10 years ago. And that experience, like the withdrawal period that was really severe, lasted 2.5 years for me, where I was nearly disabled. This was kind of before I had a public thing going on. That's when I just had a blog. I've linked a bunch of papers below about everything I'm going to talk about so that people watching can get scientific background information about what this is, because it's not talked about nearly enough for how catastrophic it is. In my opinion, psych med injuries and psych meds as a whole should be considered a national emergency, given 1 in 6 Americans, or possibly more depending on the stat, is on one of these medications, and long-term use appears to cause mitochondrial dysfunction that manifests as a neurological injury.
Okay, so yeah, this is how we're going to get the sort of like, you know, anti-medicine, like strange anti-intellectual sort of stuff. Okay, because I don't know if we're going to get the whole sort of story here. That's ultimately another question. We have to ask ourselves some reasons. Okay, why does he have these neurological disorders? Is it probably because of the fact that he was on the medication for too long? Maybe he started having adverse side effects. I mean, that's a thing that happens constantly with a lot of this stuff. It's not just as simple as forehead. It's bad because of the fact that these are just like a very, very common thing that happens constantly, and it's just bad for it's just like period, end of story, bad for what was I gonna say? To say that like all the medicines are just like period, end of story, sort of bad, and basically a bunch more Americans, and we should just make a big, like, I don't know, bigger fuss about like all these like neurological disorders that you can get from like withdrawal symptoms and stuff from like medicines. Now obviously, yeah, like it's not good to get like withdrawal symptoms and all this shit from you know, medicines or whatever, but is it 100% the medicine's fault, or is it 100%? Could it be like the doctor's fault for not monitoring properly? Could it be a byproduct of because of that over-the-counter sort of like surgery that he had to do, where he was in a medically induced coma in Russia for a very long period of time? There's a bunch of things that can potentially be used as explainers, for example, for as to what maybe a doctor is saying. Because, you know, personally, given the fact that Michaela Peterson is also the exact same dumbass who did the whole quote-unquote, guys, if you just eat a bunch of meat, forehead, therefore you can have a very, very well, healthy, and balanced diet, who also had her father on that exact same fucking diet. I don't think I should really be, or anyone should really be shocked that I'm a bit fucking skeptical of Michaela Peterson in terms of her concern trolling that she may be doing here about medicine. Just, you know, some food for thought.
I'll get into more of that in a bit too. Akathisia is a side effect that's way more common than people know, usually caused by psychiatric medications, although other medications can sometimes cause it, and so can sudden cessation from those medications. That's a huge trigger. So like suddenly stopping one of the medications that can also cause it. And sometimes people with Parkinson's can experience it too. It is intolerable discomfort that makes people want to crawl out of their skin. It's a neurological injury, really. A lot of people don't survive it, and there's no quick fix, although I'll go into how we dealt with it.
A true element
without videotaping me sobbing, and it seems like a bunch of my sadness this week has turned into anger, which is actually at least more enjoyable for me. But without posting a video of me sobbing, I don't know how to describe how bad it is in words, but I'm going to take a stab at it. You guys could look up videos of other people suffering with it if you want to. It's catastrophic. Before I get into it, let me be super clear. Dad has not been on a psych medication since January 2020. This recent flare-up of neurological symptoms wasn't due to new medications. That's partly why we had no idea what was going on for about 6 months. We went to specialists, obviously, and it was misdiagnosed repeatedly, which is super common. Then he got pneumonia and sepsis, and obviously that's a whole thing.
Okay, well, that's because if we're talking about a lot of neurological disorders, that shit's really complicated, and it makes sense that there's a lot of, like, misdiagnosis that is happening, right? Like, because we have to talk about how we all essentially got here. So obviously there's all the quack diet stuff. That certainly didn't fucking help, but that would mean that Michaela Peterson would have to take responsibility for some of her own actions, and conservatives never fucking do that whatsoever. Yeah, I have no, without a shadow of a doubt that there are misdiagnoses, and that could entirely be the case with Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to question that. Like, I do think that's entirely a fucking possibility, because neurological disorders, that's fucking hard, man. The brain is a very complicated organ that we really don't have, like, a very accurate idea about how the inner recesses of it 100% work. It's a complicated fucking organ. And if anything, just like how we've barely explored, like, say, the Marianas Trench or whatever, I would make the exact same argument about the brain. There's a lot of shit that we don't understand about the fucking brain, and how it sort of, like, reacts and sort of, like, behaves, right? So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense in my mind that there's going to be a bunch of, you know, misdiagnoses from, like, neurological doctors and whatnot. But the thing with, like, Michaela Peterson, what she typically does is she kind of uses it in order to push a bunch of, like, quack alt health, like, weird shit. And that's, like, kind of the fucking problem. It's like, well, no. It's like we're dealing with, like, something as complicated and difficult to understand as the brain, which is very, very fucking difficult, and is very, very, like, a complex system to understand that nobody within the human race has currently a complete understanding of it, because the science, like, the technology is just not there quite yet. Like, we can make a lot of assumptions, right? We can make assertions, right? But there's a lot of shit out there that we do not know. And that's just what it is, man. Like, to do, like, weird health nut shit because of that, I have a problem with that. I have a big, big problem with that. But then again, that's like the not Jordan Peterson, that's the Michaela Peterson standard.
Thing to recover from too, and dangerous, you know. This year's just been terrible. This recent flare-up that started last August was likely due to the stress of both of his parents, my grandparents, dying last year, moving countries, selling his home, and mold exposures, which was enough to trigger a recurrence of neurological symptoms.
Mold exposure?
Like what he experienced in 2020, 2021, something we obviously didn't think was possible after 5.5 years away from these psych medications, but I've talked to psychiatrists who say they have patients that experience this. This has been unbelievably hard on my family. Every day for the last year has been hell. I haven't been posting podcasts regularly online because until a few days ago I cried every single day. My brother's stressed out, my mom is stressed. I mean, it's impacting so many people. And of course my dad, you know. Mom's, thank goodness, such a strong person, and thank God for faith. If it weren't for my dad and our love for him and the strength of our family and how we've been through so many health problems, you almost adapt. And you don't, because it's too awful, but, like, we have got good...
Okay, listen. I know that I should be fucking feeling sympathy, or at least some fucking sympathy, but it's kind of difficult for me to feel a sympathy when she's talking about a lot of, like, health problems within your fucking family, when you've kind of caused a bunch of those health problems with a bunch of the health nut quackery that you believe in. You know, it's kind of tough it's a little difficult for me. I'm gonna be honest here, because it's just like, well, okay, obviously it's not good that this is happening, but you've kind of brought a little bit of that onto yourself, just like a little bit, just a little bit with a lot of the health nut stuff that you guys push for consistently on your various platforms and podcasts and whatnot. So it's just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of have trouble, just a little trouble, having a lot of sympathy for people like Jordan Peterson and his daughter, for the fact that, well, a lot of this was brought onto yourselves. Like, partially. The all-meat diet, the over-the-counter sort of, like, surgery within Russia. There's a lot of reasons for as to why Jordan Peterson kind of ended up in the position that he currently finds himself under. So it's kind of tough for me to really feel bad. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just being a bit of an asshole or something. Whatever.
Communication skills, and we're closer, if anything, now. Otherwise, this would have just crushed us. I've certainly been walking around in a state of panic for almost a year now. Pregnancy hormones definitely don't help that. And then to make matters worse, I don't even want to mention this really because I don't want to give it any attention, but some journalist online reached out to me trying to pin Dad's symptoms on stem cell treatments, which is so dumb it's hard to fathom. And I responded, which was stupid. You should just never respond to a journalist. But I was like, hey, I really appreciate you looking into doctors, but like, that's not what's going on with Dad. I'm going to talk about what's going on with Dad. But it just isn't associated with stem cells. And he ignored me. And anyway,
I believe that was, I think the reason why she's referencing, I don't know why we're referencing stem cells. Is that like another like weird fucking like, I don't know, schizo sort of like conspiracy theory or something? Or was that like because of the process he went through in order to heal himself initially, like with his initial sort of like surgeries and whatnot? I'm not really sure, but whatever. Yeah, hopefully one of his doctors isn't trans or something. That's true. Why shouldn't they expect sympathy? Because, Chris, I mean, part of the reason why we have all the, like, weird fucking incels currently around nowadays, essentially just making everything seemingly worse on the internet, is because of Jordan Peterson, right? A lot of the fucking dumbass shit that he constantly pushed for and fucking talks about with his, like, self-help guru stuff and his, like, want for inherent sort of, like, talking about hierarchical structures and whatnot. A lot of that was done by Jordan Peterson. A lot of these sort of, like, inherent basis for all of that is part of the reason for as to why the internet is as much of a fucking cesspit as it is right now. And why it's not particularly great. Jordan Peterson helped to really lay down a lot of fucking a lot of the fucking foundations for as to why everything is just like significantly worse online. And that's mostly like, honestly, like, don't expect me to have a ton of sympathy for Jordan Peterson, because I do think he's just a really, really bad fucking person, to be honest.
That kind of thing is annoying, obviously. So Dad had stem cell IVs over the years a couple times to see if they can help with neurological pins and needles and pain and like sensitivities and things. And I had mentioned in one of my videos that last summer in June he had a stem cell IV from a specialist. This is a specialist I don't know. He was like hooked up with him from one of his friends, a great specialist, but it's not someone I'm connected to. He stayed in a moldy hotel for that treatment, and that brought back symptoms. It wasn't the stem cell IV. He's had hordes of those. And trying to link the stem cell IV in June to sepsis from pneumonia in October is insane.
Wait, so, okay, because there's like, okay, guys, we're going to do the J.K. Rowling meme. We're doing the J.K. Rowling meme. This is like, unironically, when J.K. Rowling had the fucking black mold, for example, in her fucking goddamn apartment or her house or whatever. And that's like one of the reasons why people are saying like, oh yeah, the reason why J.K. Rowling is as transphobic as she is because she had black mold in her fucking house or something, her dumbass McMansion.
Anyway, sepsis happens within days of an infection. So not only are we dealing with missing my dad, pregnancy for me, taking care of him, and being really sad, but we also have to deal with morons on the internet. So that sucks. The problem this year likely was that we didn't know stress and mold exposure. Stress, really, too, could re-trigger old neurological injuries. It was misdiagnosed a bunch, and then medications and supplements that were used by a few of the doctors in hospitals worsened symptoms. Enough that it got to the point where we're like, oh, we know what akathisia is. Oh, no. So now that we know what it is and have proper doctors, it can be carefully healed again, like it has before. And it is. So thank God for that. It's just horrifying, and it's so infuriating that these sensitivities, this damage that can cause severe symptoms like this, can last for so long after stopping psych meds and then apparently be retriggered. People online, this is another thing I'm frustrated about. If I come off as like frustrated in this, I apologize. Like I said, I probably tried to channel.
Mill, I guess.
Oh no. Okay. I was like, I can do this without crying. I probably tried to channel.
Listen. Okay, listen, Michaela. It's valid for you to cry, you know, and be pissed with a bunch of people. Because I understand the crowd that she's mostly speaking to, and that's low IQ conservatives, right? Who are probably just like, women being emotional? What are you, fucking cringe or something? Blah, 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 blah. What, like, you know, shit like that. Yada, yada, yada. You know, it is one of those fucking things where, you know, I can understand the sort of, like, frustration behind all of that and whatnot. But, like, part of me also says it's like, I mean, okay. This is part of the sort of, like, metaphorical sort of bed that you've laid for yourself as well. So that's why I just kind of have, like, a lot of problems feeling really sympathetic, to be honest. It's just, like, kind of hoisted by your own petard kind of a deal. Like, obviously, it's like, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's whatever. It's not great. Blah, 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 blah. But, like, I don't know. Like, it's a little fucking, it's a little bit of a fucking, not a meme. Would I say it's a little bit of a meme? I mean, it kind of, like, it makes sense and it's unfortunate, right? That a lot of people are going to be, like, speculating and kind of being, like, assholes about this because of how much of an, like, piece of shit your fucking dad was. Like, it's the exact same thing for, example, right? With like, the Charlie Kirk assassination discourse, right? Here's the thing. Obviously, you can say that what happened to Charlie Kirk is not good. Him being assassinated, for example, is not great, right? It's not fantastic. Blah, 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 right? However, I'm not really going to have, like, words for all the people, for example. And I'm not really going to, like, hand-wring over all the people who are, for example, like, dancing on Charlie Kirk's metaphorical fucking grave. I'm not really... Honestly, I'm not going to care all that much about it. I'm just going to be like, yeah, I understand where it fucking comes from. A lot of the shit Charlie Kirk said was really fucking bad. Really, really fucking bad, right? And the same thing I would also say about Jordan fucking Peterson. Say similar fucking line of argumentation. Jordan Peterson has done a lot in order to make things significantly worse for people. Significantly fucking worse for people in terms of, like, how people conduct themselves on the internet. So it's one of those situations where it's just like, I don't know, man. Obviously, not good what happened to him. Blah, 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 blah. Disavow, all the dumbasses. Yada, yada, yada. But honestly, given the individual that we're sort of talking about here in particular, it's tough for me to, like, you know, feel a lot of fucking sympathy for someone who's just, like, not a good person. I'm gonna be honest here. Like, that's just kind of my position.
Wow, well, I'm not channeling very well right now, but I've been trying to channel my sadness because I've been so sad into anger because I'm tired of being sad. But this, like, neurological injury, calling it addiction, is so stupid. Dad doesn't fall into that category. We've made that clear so many times. He quit smoking and drinking when he was 27. He just isn't that. Instead, he falls into the unfortunately common category of people who were prescribed psych meds long term. And it's not like they were prescribed for no reason. Severe, crippling, life-ruining depression, the kind where you can't get off the couch for 30 years, runs in my family. Okay. It's not the kind of depression you can normally diet and exercise away. Like, people like to say that. They like to look at depressed people and go, why don't you eat better and exercise more? And it's like, I'm in hell. Like,
honestly, okay. This is a bit of a fucking problem, for example, that I have with specifically Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson. The problem is that I have a lot of trouble feeling sympathetic for you people when that is exactly what you guys kind of did. Like, you guys used to be the kind of people who said, yeah, who cares about your feelings or whatever, blah 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 blah, don't give a shit. Just like try to improve yourselves and do better. And it's just like, okay, like we're doing like some basic self-help guru shit or whatever, and that's like, okay, sure, man. Ultimately not necessarily harmful. The problem is that a lot of that would get paired with just like astronomically like bad fucking political takes as well. So it becomes one of those situations where it's just like, man, I'm having a lot of trouble feeling ultimately fucking sympathetic or bad for someone like Jordan Peterson for a lot of the just really wretched, terrible ideas, for example, that he constantly would push for on a bunch of other people that never really asked for it. So it's like, it's just one of those situations where it's just like, damn, that really sucks. Sucks you have to fucking deal with it. Not really my major sort of problem here. Like, does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? Like, I just find it's difficult. It's difficult to feel bad for the dude.
You think that's gonna help? Although obviously that was before we knew about only eating meat, which did help, but in a really complicated way. Like, people didn't. Who's gonna guess that? So
yeah, this is kind of like really only eating meat actually did help. Yeah, I don't know about that one, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, maybe he should have cleaned his room or something. That's true.
It wasn't something you could get rid of from cutting processed foods, for instance. Myself, my dad, my grandpa, my great-grandpa had it. My great-grandpa was left on a doorstep, so I can't imagine he came from a very stable family. Ugh.
Yeah, but here's the thing with, like, if you try to explain that to Jordan Peterson, that, like, there are neurological disorders and it runs within the fucking family, he would try to like, attribute it to, like, literally anything else and not actually diagnose the real fucking root cause and root problems, which is, again, like, one of the major issues that I have with, like, fucking Jordan Peterson, man. Like, that, yeah, like, really.
Okay, I have a Kleenex now. So where was I? Depression. So when Dad started to be badly impacted by depression in the 90s, and he said he had it since he was a kid. He was impacted enough that he was having a hard time lecturing. He took an SSRI. We were told it was a genetic serotonin problem, and antidepressants were basically a vitamin for a serotonin deficiency, which is still what people are told, even though that has been completely debunked. And when I started having symptoms when I was a kid of OCD, suicidal thoughts, extreme anxiety, anger, my psychiatrist, who was assigned to kids with autoimmune disorders, but so many people with autoimmune disorders on psych meds, put me on Celexa at the time, and that was eventually changed to Lexapro. And they helped a lot initially. I thought they saved my life for years, like a life from hellish depression. And so did Dad. 1 out of 5 or 6, like I said, people in the US is on a psychiatric medication. They're not addicts. They don't even know these medications are dependence forming because their doctors say they're not. And the dangers surrounding these medications certainly aren't well known, even now. That's a large part of the reason for this video. I was like, I don't want to talk about it really, but it's happening and it's so bad that people need to know because it's not rare. And dependence forming, to clarify that, it's different than what people think of when they think of addiction. It means your brain changes to adapt to the medication. So if you pull it out, especially quickly, your brain can't handle it. It's not that you want to take it or enjoy taking it. It could be causing severe side effects. This is what happened with Dad. He started getting akathisia on clonazepam, but pulling it out is impossible and it worsens it. It's a terrible situation. But this was 6 years ago, you know? Anyway, apparently that differentiation between being on a psych med and being an addict is too complicated for most people, or at least for the people complaining on the internet. But I thought it should be addressed anyway.
Sure.
And I'm someone who honestly looks at classic addicts, say heroin, and thinks they must be suffering and it's a complicated issue and I feel bad for them and there's more to it, in my opinion, than someone who just took drugs and is an addict. I think there's likely physiological issues at play for classic addictions. But Dad's in that category. So now I guess I can talk about what akathisia felt like to me. And when Dad recovers, he can talk about his experience if he wants to.
Okay, so there's a lot that was just said there. I just kind of let it ramble there a little bit. The problem is that maybe even the doctors themselves don't necessarily 100% know if, because she is making the claim, for example, that the all meat diet helped. Okay, I find that to be highly fucking dubious. About the all meat diet sort of helping the situation. I'm gonna be quite honest here, because of the fact that he was on the all meat diet. He took a little bit of fucking cider, and then all of a sudden, all of his like benzo dependencies and all of the neurological problems that he was having like popped up. So I guess this is a thing that's happened throughout the entirety of his life, and this is a genetic thing within his family. Like, okay, sure, that's probably the case, but whatever. And the all meat diet with the apple fucking cider, I don't really think is helping that situation. I'm gonna be honest here. The weird like health nut fucking shit from specifically a diet that you yourself developed, Michaela, I don't think is really helping Jordan's sort of like situation here. I'm gonna be kind of honest. So it becomes like one of those things where I just like kind of look at this and I'm just like, okay, so obviously a lot of wacky stuff has happened, for lack of a better term. A lot of bad stuff has happened. A lot of wacky shit has happened. It ain't good, blah, 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 blah. Obviously. It's one of those things where it's just like, I kind of like have a little bit of a hard time being, I don't know, all that sort of like sympathetic or whatever, when I do think that a lot of these sort of like problems have been kind of brought on for themselves. Like, I don't know. I just find it kind of tough, especially like for people who are as contemptible as like Jordan fucking Peterson and Michaela Peterson. It's just like, damn, that kind of sucks, bro. Like, that ain't good, but whatever. You're still kind of an asshole though, but like, whatever.
For me, and I don't want to like get into details more than that really, because it's too hard on my family, and I don't want to. So my experience with akathisia, for me, it hit for the first time 2 weeks after I stopped Lexapro in 2015. After going on a ketogenic diet that I kind of randomly went on when I went on an elimination diet that just happened to be ketogenic. I cut out almost everything, like meat and vegetables. And that put my depression into remission. My depression went away. I could feel it go away one day, about 3 months into the diet, and I thought, I'm never going to take another pill again. And I stopped everything. That depression, even on the Lexapro, was so debilitating that when I started doing dietary intervention, testing it out, and removing things, I focused on my arthritis, which was crippling. I had joints replaced from it because I thought that was the easier thing to fix. And that there was no way dietary intervention was going to touch something as severe as that depression that runs in my family. That's how you know the Lexapro wasn't fixing the depression. Because I felt the depression go away on the ketogenic paleo diet I was on, kind of like meat and vegetables and a bit of fruit, while on Lexapro. So I stopped Lexapro.
Early research suggests that some mental health conditions could stem from metabolic disorders. If so, the findings could change how we treat mental illness. That's true. That's that. Like, I'm not really doubting her in that in particular, right? Like, the problem is, Chris, is that, again, I think a lot of this can potentially be stemmed from the fact that, for example, a lot of the like dietary sort of like restrictions that she put her fucking father on in particular, I don't think was really helpful with the fucking situation. Like, I honestly, I just don't think it really helped. Not that that was the intention for Michaela. I don't think that's the intention for Michaela. I don't think so. But I just don't think it's like necessarily all that great, you know? Like, it's just like, you know, it's unfortunate that we kind of got here, but it's just like, you know. When I ate a nice, healthy vegetarian diet, my depression disappeared. I mean, it just depends on the fucking person, right? These things are fucking complicated. Like, there's no one-stop sort of solution, right? Like, whatever. Like I said, neurological disorders are complicated, and the brain is very, very fucking complicated. It's not as simple as just, like, one-stop, fix-all kind of a thing. Yada, yada, yada. Bro still hasn't made a mea culpa about C16 instead of showing real effects. All he's done is fearmonger further. That I definitely do not disagree with their Armor and Quills. Which is why, again, it's really difficult for me to just feel much sympathy for someone like Jordan Peterson at all.
Over a 2 week period, which is basically cold turkey, which was crazy after taking it for 11 years. But this was 2015, and even now doctors will wean people down in 2 to 4 weeks. If you have a doctor that suggests you wean down off of a long-term psych med in 2 to 4 weeks, run. That can literally give people neurological injuries, and that's what happened to my family from pulling the medication out too fast. Although we were getting injured on the medication too. People need to hyperbolic taper, and I have links below to it, which is roughly a 10% reduction over every new dose. So if you go from 20 milligrams to 18 milligrams, then the next reduction is smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And sometimes that takes years, and sometimes people still can't do it. So I developed insane sensitivities to food, light, sound, stress, smells, chemicals, vitamins, supplements. Like, my body freaked out. This is why I eventually started only eating meat. That wasn't for fun. It was because I was insane. And getting to the meat diet took me 2 years to figure out. And I suffered quite a bit, even on the paleo and ketogenic diet during that 2.5 year period. So the akathisia and the bad psych med...
Isn't keto, like... It's not only just meat keto, if I recall correctly. It's a little... There's a little bit more to it than... It didn't just be... There's a little bit more to it than it just being eating meat forehead. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Sure. Man, whatever. Okay, well, listen, Chris. I specified what my position was in terms of feeling sympathy for, like, Jordan Peterson or whatever. Keto basically cuts out just sugar. Gotcha. No sugar. Okay. Well, again, like I said before, Chris, it's very difficult for me to feel much sympathy for Jordan Peterson when he's someone who has knowingly, I'm going to say this, knowingly spread a bunch of fucking propaganda that everyone has said this is not helpful and it's not a fucking good thing for people to be talking about or constantly fucking spreading. He keeps constantly spreading all this fucking idiotic conservative fucking propaganda, making things significantly worse for all the people around him and people who have to deal with the adverse fucking consequences of a lot of his like positions in advocacy, right? It's really, really fucking difficult to have sympathy for someone like that when it's just like, dog, like fuck you, man. Like, you know, I'm not really gonna give much of a shit at all about any of the people who maybe just like, you know what, fuck you, Jordan Peterson, you should fucking eat a bunch of shit, fuck you, you unironically have made life worse for everybody for no fucking goddamn reason. Like, yeah, like, whatever, like, I'm honestly, I'm showing about as much sympathy as I could be right now, to be honest, by not just being like a complete asshole and just being like, haha, you deserve it, fuck you, suck my dick. That's also a form of fucking sympathy right there. That absolutely is a fucking form of sympathy, right? So the fact that I'm not doing that is pretty much all about what that Jordan Peterson's going to get. So, like, you know, nah. As far as I'm concerned, that's about good enough.
Injury symptoms felt like I was overwhelmed with a sense of impending doom that was stronger than anything you can naturally feel. And I know that because, for instance, last summer I was in the hospital with my newborn, and we thought she was gonna die, and that was the worst thing I've ever experienced.
Okay.
But the stress response I experienced during antidepressant withdrawal was almost hallucinogenic. Like, it wasn't a natural stress response. That's, I guess, the best way I can describe it. It felt like I was falling into a volcano while being chased by a bear. Like, I had the physical sensation sometimes that I was falling. And there were days when the only thing that felt soothing was wrapping my arms around me. This was like more of the akathisia symptoms, and rocking back and forth to try to calm down, or stamping my feet, or like shaking my hands. It felt like severe restless legs, but also my arms and body. Everything I saw was pixelated. I couldn't see color properly. I felt like I was in the upside down in the show Stranger Things. I couldn't listen to music. Music hurt my ears. There were days I couldn't watch TV even. I couldn't lay in bed and watch TV. I just had to lay in a dark room and try to not panic. There wasn't a comfortable position I could get into. Light hurt my eyes, sound hurt my ears. My sense of smell was heightened. I sprouted full-on allergies to things I'd never been allergic to. At the time, I was so unaware that stopping Lexapro could cause these symptoms that I thought it was my autoimmune disorder somehow, or sudden extreme food sensitivities because I had limited my diet to a paleo keto diet, which obviously doesn't make any sense. You don't cut things out and then when you reintroduce them, you hallucinate. Like, that's not a thing that happens. The main thing that flared up my neurological injury were foods and preservatives in foods. And then for Dad, his symptoms, when they got really bad years ago and more recently, were more severe than that. We're not on an all-meat diet for fun. We're on an all-meat diet because we've been left with extremely long-lasting sensitivities and neurological injuries from these medications. And Dad's more sensitive than me. Maybe because he was older or on SSRIs longer, and because of the clonazepam for sure. So that's a brief description of my experience with akathisia and psych med withdrawal. It lasted 2.5 years for me, and it only started to go away when I switched from the paleo, dairy-free keto diet to only eating meat. So in the middle of that antidepressant withdrawal, years ago now, after a period of not sleeping from a reaction to a preservative called sodium metabisulfite, Dad was prescribed clonazepam. And most of you guys know this. He didn't take it for fun. He took it because he hadn't slept in like 3 weeks. And I know that's true because I had a similar, we both ate the same thing that had sodium metabisulfite in it. And I had a similar response, but very horrifying, less severe though, where I threw up and then I didn't sleep well for about 3 weeks, and it was horrible, you know, horrible. He was pale, near anaphylaxis, couldn't really breathe. That was one of those weird allergies that popped up that neither of us had before stopping medication. I didn't have food allergies before stopping those meds. Neither did he. Insomnia so severe you do not sleep can be part of having a psych med-induced neurological injury. Glutamate skyrockets when GABA systems are damaged because GABA is what counteracts glutamate, and we don't really understand a lot of what's happening, but severe insomnia is discussed a lot amongst people with psych med injuries. I had a hard time sleeping for years. Even after my antidepressant withdrawal, neurological injury went away with the lion diet. I still have a hard time sleeping. Like, that's still my probably most sensitive area, although it's manageable. I'm fine. But I use white noise, a cold room, an eye mask, earplugs. Something's still off. And I'm sure it's from the lingering damage SSRIs did. Dad's doctor prescribing him clonazepam for insomnia due to the undiagnosed SSRI withdrawal, or more aptly described as neurological injury, injured him further. And that's how he ended up with full-blown akathisia for about 2 years after realizing that clonazepam was causing issues, after his doctor raised the dose of clonazepam when my mom was diagnosed with cancer and given 8 months to live. All this stuff sounds crazy dramatic, but over the last 6 years, I've talked to hundreds and read thousands of stories of people who experience injuries from psych medications that sound like that. And these aren't out of the ordinary for those people. I wouldn't go into all this detail, except I really do want you guys to understand that as horrible as this is, what's worse is this isn't rare. People who get injured by these don't have a voice, really. They're too sick to have a voice. But I've talked to and been sent stories from thousands of people that are stuck in this hell.
Okay, so I let her go off there for a bit of a while there. She's not exactly wrong, right? What she's saying is not like a ridiculous or inaccurate or whatever. Sure, yeah. Like I said, a lot of the problems with like people like Jordan Peterson, for example, and his daughter as well, is that it's very, very fucking difficult for people to feel really much sympathy for someone like them in particular when, again, they have directly pushed for a lot of policies and prescriptions that have directly led to outright harm for a lot of fucking people, right? Like, I'm going to sound like a little bit of a broken record here, right? And I'm going to be constantly repeating the exact same thing over and over and over again. I mean, I guess this could have been part of the misdiagnoses. Maybe he needed to taper off more, like you're saying, Armor and Quills. Who really fucking knows? Maybe the doctor's just fucked up or something. That's also entirely fucking possible. But whatever. Like, I know that if I recall correctly, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Armor and Quills, but part of the reason for as to why Jordan Peterson wanted to go into this medically unadvised, I'm going to say this again, medically unadvised, medically induced coma within Russia, which was a dubious medical strategy at best and not exactly fucking regulated, was because I believe, doctors were refusing to put him into a coma to try to get him to withdraw from the benzo addiction that he was having, right? From the neurological problems that were stemming from the all-meat diet, the fucking benzos, as well as all of the apple cider consumption, right? Like, all of that fucking all of that fucking shit. So it's just like, I find it difficult, in particular, to have, much sympathy for someone who's, like you're saying, a licensed psychologist, right? Who, again, doctors said that they were saying, do not go into a coma. This procedure is untested that you want to do, and I don't advise that it's a good idea. And he decided to, again, go ahead to Russia, to a place that was willing to do that practice for him because of more like a dubious sort of like doctors and practices that he decided to engage with instead. So it's one of those situations where it's just like, yeah, I have a little bit of a problem, you know? Like, it's not untested, it's how we used to treat it back in the day. Oh, so then why the fuck would he want the older sort of because what? He just thought forehead it was what used to work before, but so I want that instead of some like newfangled recipe that I don't know, Big Pharma is trying to give me or something. It was hella risky, which is why we stopped. Oh, so he just wanted to do the more risky thing for like basically no reason, probably because he just didn't want to do the new thing. Okay, very, very cool. It allowed him to hopscotch over withdrawal and withdrawal. There we go. And sleep through the worst of it. Okay, so he just wanted a if I'm understanding this correctly, he just wanted a basically a fix it real quick scheme. Maybe not scheme, but he wanted a quick solution to skip through the fucking worst of it and then just essentially if there's consequences, there's consequences. Damn the fucking consequences, kind of a deal. Even though all the doctors are saying like, yeah, but if the consequences happen, it's like really bad. This is not a good idea. But Jordan Peterson said like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Okay, well, you know, I'm finding it harder and harder to get to have much sympathy for Jordan on this one.
SSRI prescriptions. SSRI prescriptions and benzodiazepine prescriptions long-term are super common, and the majority of people who take them, especially long-term, have withdrawal or neurological injury from them. It's almost always misdiagnosed as recurrence of their symptoms because doctors will use the same words to describe it. And then these poor people end up on 2 or 3 more medications to stabilize their worsening mental illness when it's really neurological damage from the medications themselves. Most psychiatrists are completely inequipped to handle this. They don't even know about this. They certainly aren't talking about this in medical school.
Yeah, and this is like kind of the problem that I have. Now, okay, can we say that within the United States of America that sometimes there are going to be crank doctors out there that are going to be more inclined to prescribe a bunch of medications, for example, right? That may not be particularly honest because they have like a bunch of like sponsorships or deals with those particular sort of companies, those like pharmaceutical companies. Yes, that's a thing that happens very commonly within the United States of America. Problem is that like, is that necessarily the case with what we got here with Jordan Peterson? Is that what happened? I have no idea. Best practices are to taper dosage and then go through withdrawal under medical supervision, but that sucks and it takes time. And yeah, again, that's where I have trouble having sympathy for fucking Jordan Peterson because he didn't want to go through withdrawal, right? and he just wanted to fucking be like, well, damn the consequences. If I have the adverse consequences, I have them. Yeah. And it's just like, well, okay then, dude. Then, like, don't be fucking shocked Pikachu facing when you get the adverse fucking consequences then. Like, I don't know. Again, difficult to have much fucking sympathy, but whatever. Yeah, instead he went under, which is easier for the addiction, but the odds of complications, like emotional dysregulation, are high as fuck. Right, and that's, again, where I just have more problems having sympathy for fucking Jordan Peterson, because he wanted the quick, the quick fucking idea, the quick fucking fix, instead of actually going through the best medicinal fucking practice.
School. Most people don't know it exists. When it happens in families, like a lot of the time these people are outcast because people can't understand why they're acting the way they're acting. And I'll be the first to say, when I first took a Celexa, it felt like it worked. I felt my shoulders drop. I felt like I could breathe again deeply. I stopped panicking. I stopped having suicidal thoughts, and my OCD disappeared. That was when I was 11, but I remember it vividly. And I remember how I felt like before I started taking them. But by the time I was 13, I was certainly still depressed. I stayed on them because I thought, oh my gosh, if this is how I feel with medication, imagine how bad it is without it. But what ended up happening is I got more and more mentally ill over the years, was diagnosed with bipolar type 2, had a seizure from Wellbutrin when that was added in, suffered from severe restless legs that was really intolerable, that I thought was part of having an autoimmune disorder or something. I didn't know it was associated with SSRIs. And I just ended up getting worse and worse and worse. I just always thought I would be even worse without the medications. That wasn't true. What I needed to focus on was mitochondrial health, really. So I'm going to get into that now. Mitochondrial dysfunction is like...
So yeah, this is why Michaela Peterson here specifically is a bit of a fucking health, like, alt health, like, fucking weirdo specifically, right? Because of the bad experiences that she had specifically with a lot of SSRIs and a lot of fucking medication, which led her to essentially be a bit of a fucking health nut weirdo, because of those poor fucking experiences, right? Basically, yeah, basically.
Ketogenic research. In 5 years, it's going to be mainstream. Like, ketogenic therapies are moving into the mainstream, thank goodness. There's mounting evidence that dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, long COVID, and those weird chronic diseases that people get that are hard to treat and kind of fringe, but most definitely exist, like chronic fatigue, Lyme, POTS, MCAS, like those kind of things, that have this large array of seemingly unrelated symptoms that include things like chronic fatigue, depression, brain fog, anxiety, chronic pain,
that's true,
weird chemical and food sensitivities are due to mitochondrial dysfunction. Because that impacts your whole body and your brain. 10% of us by weight are mitochondria. So when I talk about neurological injuries, what I'm talking about is mitochondrial dysfunction that manifests like a neurological injury. This is pretty cutting edge research, and I've linked papers below so people can read more about it. In the previous kind of announcement videos, I talked about how whatever was going on with Dad had been diagnosed as SIRS. That's still true. He definitely has SIRS. Otherwise, the mold exposures he experienced wouldn't have caused neurological symptoms. That's chronic inflammatory response syndrome. It's almost like mold-induced illness. I think that the genetic predisposition to mold illness is likely what caused the severe mental illness that ran in my family that was then treated with medication. I talked about how it felt spiritual, and it does. It's been hellish. I know, like, other people going through really stressful periods with sick families, like, know what those periods of time are like, and, like, it's hellish. My daughter last summer was hospitalized the same day as my dad. That seems odd. There's a biological basis for what's going on with Dad, and we finally know what it is, but I do think there's a spiritual element, or is. I'd also say if mentally ill, desperate people are given medication that's okay, their suffering, that ends up nearly killing them when they stop, or even while they're on it.
This is another problem that I also have when we, quote-unquote, say there's, like, spiritual issues that are involved with this as well. That's a bunch of fucking poppycock, okay? I don't give a shit, right? Saying that, oh yes, it's because of like some like possession by demons or something, we're having like spiritual troubles, and that's why, you know, we're having like these neurological and like mental health disorders. No, I have very fucking little respect for that. It's like, no dude, like, you just have a bunch of fucking differing problems. You've had neurological problems that are intrinsic with your fucking family, that are genetic to your fucking family, right? And you saying that it's a byproduct of like some spiritual duress, like, I just have no, I really do not have fucking any respect for that shit. I fucking despise that stuff.
And then they can't stop. I would say that's evil. Have you guys heard of post-SSRI sexual dysfunction? It's way more common than people realize too. And podcasts talk about it, which is good. But it causes...
That's true, Armor and Quills. Yeah, they needed the Russian Orthodox exorcist. Yeah, exactly.
Permanent genital numbness and anhedonia, so emotional numbness. It makes people suicidal because they can't feel anything. And that can happen from short-term use to some people of these medications. Finasteride is one of them, SSRIs. Any medication that can cause things like that, akathisia, PSSD, that level of suffering is evil, I think. I do think our family's been attacked spiritually because I cannot understand the level of suffering that I've been through, let alone my dad's been through.
So, this is what I have, like, zero fucking respect for. Saying that you've been attacked spiritually for taking some fucking medicines. Like, that's really fucking stupid, man. Like, stupid. Yeah, like, you know, spirituality is hard to measure, but, like, here's the thing, Chris. The claim that, quote-unquote, Jordan Peterson is suffering, like, from a spiritual attack because of the fact that he's having like SSRI withdrawal is just like, yeah, I find that to be extremely dubious at best. I'm gonna be quite honest. Okay, well, I had to make sure that I didn't have the suicide beetles kill me.
And my whole family, without it making more sense through a spiritual lens. So thank God I'm a Christian. Anyway, away from the spiritual part. So this is the association between SIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome, or basically mold-induced illness, ketogenic diets, like the carnivore diet, and psych med-induced neurological injury. How do they connect together? Mitochondria. Mold causes mitochondria to hibernate to protect themselves and shut down, which causes this weird array of symptoms I talked about. Psych meds cause mitochondrial dysfunction. I've linked to the papers that manifest as a neurological injury. And a ketogenic diet gives mitochondria an alternate fuel that helps them heal and helps them work, which is why it's so massively useful and why we're just eating meat. I'm going to put this video out. People are going to tell me I'm reaching, but this is now well-established research. Mitochondrial dysfunction research is blowing up right now. I'm going to talk about it more on my podcast because it's promising. It's really promising, and understanding what's wrong is really the only way to figure out health problems. Like I said, there are papers linked below, so you don't have to just take my word for it. And I would have made this video shorter, but I wanted to address everything I could. In a fit of frustration and anger at the situation and how unfair it is, I put a website together that I linked below called prescribed-harm.com, which goes into the research about psychiatric medications and what they're doing to people. And if you're watching this video and have been injured by these medications, you can write your story on that website too, and I'll post it. Or maybe that website will be useful to explain to family members what's going on, or doctors who don't usually know what's going on, or leave a comment below to show people this isn't uncommon. These injured people are so hurt, like I said, that they can't usually have...
Yeah, man, totally. Yeah. Oh, man, all these doctors inherently have no fucking idea what they're doing. They only go to school for a really, really long time. You know, they spend all this time fucking studying, but Michaela Peterson, who wrote a book once on a meat diet, know much, much better than what the general medical consensus has or whatever. Because, you know, I told my dad to go on an all-meat diet to have mitochondrial sort of, like, recovery and shit like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I have, like... I have a very, very difficult time fucking believing all this shit. It's just like, yeah, man, totally. That's really, really the biggest reasons for as to why, specifically, Jordan Peterson is having the problems. I'm gonna be so for real. I think this is very silly.
Of their story told because they're just trying to survive. They're basically disabled and traumatized and gaslit and misdiagnosed. I'm going to be jumping up and down for a while, probably until this is dealt with properly, about the dangers these medications produce, until things are changed, or at least until it's common knowledge that people need to be aware of this before they start the medication. Pharmaceutical companies rename these neurological injuries and psych med side effects and use language to hide the symptoms.
Wait, does she not think that, like, these discussions not happen between doctors and fucking patients? This is a very common discussion that people have with their fucking patients, right? In fact, if a doctor doesn't say what the potential side effects of a lot of fucking medication might be, then they're engaging in medical fucking malpractice, right? Now, I have without a shadow of a doubt that whatever fucking doctor Jordan Peterson was dealing with, right, probably told him about the fucking adverse side effects of a lot of the medications that he was taking, right? Unless they're like a crank doctor or whatever. I mean, he had to go to a crank doctor to get the medication or the treatment that he was looking for that was not advised for him to take again. Like, which is why, again, I'm having a very, very tough time being sympathetic whatsoever. Like, it's being made very, very clear to me that these jabronis over here are just like, well, I mean, you know, guys, we did all this, like, dumbass fuck shit. We did a lot of stupid shit. We, want to just literally blame, the scientists for all of this because we feel like they are the main guys who have caused all these problems for our fucking family, and that's why we are having the adverse issues that we're having. It's like, well, that's not exactly how that works. Like, that's the problem. Yeah, like, yeah, he is a clinical psychologist. He should know... Well, maybe he doesn't know exactly what the side effects of those medications are, but he should be aware of the fact that medications can have adverse fucking side effects sometimes. Which is just why, again, like, I just, like, sympathy for this, I'm just having a fucking tough time buying it.
Like, there's malevolence here, too. Like, calling akathisia restlessness may cause restlessness. Calling akathisia restlessness makes me want to hurt people. And maybe that's pregnancy hormone stalking, but it's criminal, really. There are no long-term studies on these medications, yet most people take them for more than 5 years and are told that they're safe. Or at least safer than their original mental issue. Actually, there's one long-term study, and you know what it shows? That 60% of people have a recurrence of symptoms. That's what they got from the study, and need to go back on the medication. You know what's stupid about that? They don't differentiate between recurrence and withdrawal. And withdrawal is almost always misdiagnosed as recurrence, even though the array of symptoms with withdrawal is generally way more severe and includes pain syndromes and sensitivities and new symptoms. They're just like, well, you just got worse. Nope. The industry is so crooked. It's a travesty that now that there's actual solid research linking ketogenic diets to improving mental disorders, treating them, giving the brain the energy that it needs to not be sick. I linked metabolicminds.com below, which is a great site about ketogenic diets and mental illnesses, run by scientists. And that diet, or the carnivore diet, should be first-line treatment for mental illness, given they will work and actually treat the energy deficiency.
Dude, she's unironically saying that forehead, a fucking carnivore diet, should be used to treat fucking goddamn, whatchamacallit, for treating fucking mental health. That's honestly fucking insane. I'm gonna be honest here. Now, can we have criticisms of the pharmaceutical industry in all of this? Yes, obviously. I'm not a particularly big fan of the pharmaceutical industry. But what I'm not willing to tolerate or accept is all the fucking pseudo-intellectual fucking bullshit these motherfuckers are trying to hop through in order to fucking justify the fact that, oh yeah, it's definitely all because of our fucking doctor giving us a misdiagnosis. When, again, he wanted to do his fucking benzo withdrawal in a faster way, and he didn't want to fucking take the time for it, and went against medical best practice for treating his original fucking addiction problem. So, I have a hard time fucking really being sympathetic when it's just like, Jordan and Michaela, a lot of this stuff that you are experiencing right now, you kind of brought onto yourselves.
That's causing mental illness, but especially because these psych medications cause mitochondrial dysfunction long-term that manifests as a neurological injury and is very difficult, if not impossible, to treat without time and lifestyle interventions like ketogenic diet, sun, sleep, no stress, serious stress regulation. So, to end this rant, and apologies, I can see it's been 33 minutes, but I really did want to cover everything because it's a lot. So prayers are much appreciated still. And all this suffering, we hope, leads to more awareness so other people can avoid this. Withdrawal is a silly name for what happens to people, because withdrawal should be solved by the original medication, right? If you're in withdrawal, you go back on the original medication, you're not in withdrawal anymore, all your symptoms go away. That's not what happens here. This is a neurological injury. I don't want to promise another update.
Bro, like, you can't fucking say that for certain. We have no idea. The brain is really complicated. Things can just randomly fucking happen. That's why, again, no one ever says it's a guarantee that it'll always work. That's a fucking lie. No doctor really understands how inherently everyone's brains work, like, 100% of the fucking time. Like, nobody fucking goes by that standard whatsoever. So I don't know, why the fuck are you expecting that? Like, I mean, it's just like, again, it's more fucking pseudo-intellectual fucking bullshit.
I'm grumpy and pregnant, and I don't want to be on the hook publicly for another update. I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to talk about mitochondrial dysfunction and psych med, this travesty of psych med injuries. But I've been barely surviving with the pregnancy hormones and stress. Thank goodness for my husband, who's just a rock. But I'm not sleeping well. I wasn't eating well. At least this week, it appears I'm not crying constantly. Being in the second trimester probably helps that. But that's it for updates about Dad until he's back. Now that we know it's a neurological injury, and we know we need time for him to recover, and we can speed it up by not provoking a reaction. Like I said, prayers are much appreciated for my dad and for my brother, my mom, and me, and all the people helping us to help him through this. So there's light at the end of the tunnel, but people need to know these medications and what they can do to people, especially long term, but not just long term. And they need to be aware of these before taking a medication. So check out everything I've linked below if you want. I spent a decent amount of time trying to find good articles. And my recent study that I posted that's being done on the carnivore versus keto versus standard American diet and rheumatoid arthritis and IBD, run by a research team, is linked below, and prescribe-harm.com for more information on how to safely taper to avoid neurological injury and to read other people's experiences. So thank you guys for listening, and thank you for the support. And I'm really sorry for anyone else damaged by these horrible medications, but there's hope. You can recover with time. Ketogenic diets are unbelievably helpful, and it's about...
I'm very curious to see who exactly is this, like, research team that she's apparently fucking assembled to do this study and whatnot. Again, we'll like to see if that... Because every single time a lot of these conservatives do a lot of this, the actual, like, research, it tends to be somewhat fucking flawed and tends to have some fucking problems with them. And it's just like, well, there's some aspects that you people have missed, right? Would like to know if it's being done by, like, you know, the appropriate, like, fucking doctors and whatnot, which is why, again, it's just like, given the fact that Michaela's history is what it is, her essentially saying all this fucking stuff, I'm very, very fucking skeptical. That's, like, mostly what I'm saying here. Also, that fucking hog clipped through the ground. That was very funny.
Avoiding making it worse, because bodies and brains do want to recover. So thanks for listening, and I'll see some of you on my podcast.
I don't think I had any happiness at all for 3 years, pretty much. It was dire. Well, my wife, she spent a year hovering on the brink of death in a variety of different ways. Before that, my daughter had catastrophic health problems, which have mostly resolved, and then I got extremely ill. So we've been in, and at the same time, we were facing social pressure of like an unparalleled magnitude. People trying to, you know, bring this enterprise to a halt, I suppose. That's probably the right way to think about it. Most of that time, I was hoping that I would die. I've been grateful for the good things that have happened to me, but I don't
Okay, yeah, I guess this is just like Jordan Peterson talking about some of his experiences. Fair enough, whatever. Okay, so I don't know. Quick conclusion to all of this, I suppose. Yeah, don't really. I like again. Don't really fucking blame me if I don't feel particularly sympathetic for someone like Jordan Peterson. I don't think someone like Jordan Peterson really deserves much grace or fucking sympathy, to be honest, considering a lot of the idiotic fucking propaganda that he has put out in order to make people's life significantly worse. Yes, Armor and Quills, him having a fucking his specialty and his PhD being an addiction is, you know, it is a little fucking ironic and stuff. Blah 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 blah. That's like, you know, besides the point, of course. Yeah, I just have a hard time really being sympathetic for someone who has put out such a ridiculous amount of propaganda on the world, who has also lost his ability to fucking practice psychology for the fact that he unironically, if I recall correctly, decided to give out a little bit too much PII on one of his fucking goddamn former patients, which is a big no-no, and the Ontario board took away his fucking license because of that. Let's like also not forget that that's a thing. Like, he is also, Jordan Peterson, that is, kind of a piece of shit. Not a great fucking person. Not a great person that should be fucking emulated. So yeah, I mean, that's like kind of the problem that I have with like a lot of this stuff when it comes to like Jordan Peterson. It's very difficult to have sympathy for someone who is as contemptible as he is. So like, you know, ultimately, is it a bad thing that this is happening to him? Yeah, you know, obviously it's not great, but you know, if something bad happens, don't really expect people to, well, I mean, there's going to be a bunch of people who obviously feel bad, yada yada yada, but don't really like be surprised if there's a bunch who just don't feel bad whatsoever, and it's like say that it's a good thing, or are just completely and utterly indifferent about it. Again, same argument that I had before with like Charlie Kirk in the past also applies to, well, Jordan Peterson as well. Yeah, like more or less 1-to-1. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides, you know, I guess we've now been caught up on the Ballad of Jordan Peterson. Alright, just want to kill this dumbass fucking hatcher real quick. Oh, Jesus. Alright, cool. Grab, grab, grab. Loot, loot, loot. That's a purple slug right there. Gonna use that for research. Of which we are getting a good amount of done. So that's good. Purple power slug. Cool. We're eventually going to expand to this area, so it's not a bad thing for me to just be like rummaging around for now. This is an oil source. Lovely. We will have lots of oil here. When we are inevitably able to make a massive fucking facility. And whatnot. Just not quite there yet. Don't have resource well extractors or even oil extractors and whatnot. Alright, let's not fuck with those guys. This will be a big old facility. Eventually. Just need some more tech eventually. Eventually. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. And it'll be beautiful. It'll be great, folks. Alright. Now that we've bugged out, we got to a relatively safe location. Alright. Let's talk about this now. Alright. I do want to make sure I get a good amount of sleep because I forgot to announce this, but finally, after dozens of interviews and thousands of applications, I have finally managed to move on to the second phase of a fucking interview. Finally. Don't know why there's multiple phases for fucking interviews now, but whatever. We're here now. But I finally moved on to the second phase of a fucking interview after so fucking long. Something is finally potentially going my fucking goddamn way. Thank God. And it's going to be an interview with the senior technical manager. So we'll see exactly how that goes. I assume it's probably going to be more technical. Problem is I don't really know exactly what fucking systems a lot of those guys use. I probably should just like brush up on my like Cisco shit, OSI model and whatnot. Never been really good at remembering all that shit, but whatever. Also because it's not like 100%. It's not like really important to remember. So long as you can like forehead make the network work, like it's fine. Like who cares? Who cares about all the theoretical shit? It's like, can you go in, make thing work? It's like, yeah. I can. I've done it before. Do it again. Anywho. Let's get started with this bullshit. So, okay. I don't know if I'm going to be, if this is like a dishonest sort of assessment here of this video that I'm sensing from FD fucking Signifier, but this is a thing that he does consistently, right? Have, you know, problems with white leftists. Very, very, very constant fixture of, maybe not a constant fixture, that's not accurate to say. His yearly, I have problems with white lefties kind of a take. Or video, or whatever. And this time it's on Graham Plattner. Or I guess how people are having his own problems with Graham Plattner, if I were to take a guess. Yada, 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 right? So, there's a little bit of context that I think is important to sort of outline here. Because I'm very, very prepared to be wrong or whatever. But some of the context that is necessary, I think, is the fact that FD Signifier, I believe, got into a debate, a call specifically with Bannon Panada. Now, if you know anything about Bannon Panada, he's insane. And that's putting it lightly. And Bannon Panada is such a fucking psychopath that he's, like, willing to basically, like, I don't know, throw anything to the wind in order to have his, like, very strange, like, I don't even know if it's, like, Maoist third worldist principles. I honestly, I don't even know if Bannon Panada has any fucking principles. But he's the type of dude who will just say, like, literally anything and do anything in order to have what he wants or what he feels like to be, I don't know, made manifest and made into reality. And I don't know if you guys know, it's not great, a lot of the stuff that Bannon Panada believes. He is kind of fucking insane. So, FD Signifier, I believe, got into a debate with him. I've seen, like, some clips, mostly shared by, like, Hassan fans and whatnot. And Hassan fans are not big fans of Bannon Panada for good reasons. Mostly because Bannon Panada is kind of fucking insane. Yeah, like, kind of fucking insane. So, I don't know if we're just having the whole sort of, like, you know what? Fuck Whitey, don't give a shit. Like, I've had enough of, like, dealing with all this, like, dumbass bullshit from, like, a lot of the white lefties who may be saying, like, oh man, we have to be all raw Platner, or if it might have something to do with Bannon Panada's, like, genuine sort of, like, weirdness or something. Who really knows? Oh, and also Cavernacle. Cavernacle has also been on the very, like, on the fuck Platner train. And I've made my position rather clear on Platner. Overall, he has probably very, very poor judgment of character. His judgment's not exactly the best. But in terms of, like, his progressive bona fides and the fact that he's taken zero PAC money and specifically zero money from fucking APAC as well and any other sort of Israel affiliated PAC, he is certainly much better in comparison to that of, like, say, a fucking John Fetterman type, which a lot of people were having, like, fears of for some reason. Don't really know why, but whatever. People will be fearful of, like, a lot of differing stuff. Fear is a very irrational sort of emotion, just like a lot of differing emotional states. But sure, I mean, people were having problems with Platner because they have problems with, like, Blackwater service and the fact that he used to be, like, all raw fucking war, but then he's seemingly learned from it. And honestly, like, you can take it at face value or you cannot take it at face value. What I prefer to have is for someone who is ostensibly, you know, talking the talk. We'll see if he walks the walk once he gets into office. But someone who's ostensibly talking the talk and saying all of the correct things, stuff that everyone should be in fucking support of. And it's probably significantly better for him to get into office in comparison to that of Susan Collins, right? Who is just, you know, the main reason why Brett Kavanaugh is on the Supreme Court and shit like that. But, you know, what do I fucking know? I'm a big old fucking whitey. What do we got for me here, FD?
I'm putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in black hair. Y'all probably don't realize that because a lot of
we're not off to a great start here. Why the fuck? This is very, very weird. I'm not gonna lie. What? Why are we bringing up lice here? Okay, FD.
y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic, and the fact that I be explaining black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place.
Sure, man.
We're going to start out talking Graham Plattner a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest. I want to be really clear. I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards or a Scandal or something. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all. And this isn't just
What? So the claim here is that Graham Plattner is like part of like a secret military organization, or he's like a character who would be from like a secret sort of like military organization. He's already fucking losing me here, man. Like, I don't think it's really that fucking complicated. So, is the argument is that like Graham Plattner is like a plant or something? Okay, this is, I don't know, man. Like, as like a first order principle, I already do not like people who engage in a bunch of like strange fucking conspiracism. This is like very, very fucking weird for FD to be saying this shit, dude.
Taking issue with his military service. I don't have a purity politic toward anything, really, if you know me, but definitely not ex-military people on the left. I am anti-American military. Like, I don't want to misconstrue that. But there are also Black Panthers who are ex-military. The American military spends billions of dollars marketing and propagandizing young people across this country, so I try to hold a nuanced position for how that works. But I wouldn't apply this to Plattner. 4 tours and Blackwater and a Nazi tattoo is a lot, and I know that's not a hot take. I know even more moderate folks would agree with that. So I have to wonder, why and how is Plattner being pushed so hard by the establishment and the online left in general? Plattner is...
Wait, hold on. Huh? By the establishment? I don't know. I guess nobody knows about the Janet series, you know, the Janet Mill series. The Janet series? You know, as Hassan says, he's still a Janet series, of course. This is very, very fucked. So, we're having, like, a tactical alliance with all the blue MAGA sort of, like, fucking weirdos. Again, like... No one is really expecting perfection from fucking Graham Plattner, but for some reason, we have like a gaggle of some of the most annoying fucking weirdos on the planet who are seemingly expecting perfection from a dude who, again, did do 4 military tours of service. I can only assume he was probably more of a chud then, right? And then he did, again, service with fucking Blackwater, came back, recognize, and it's like a thing that's very common with a lot of veterans. They recognize, like, yeah, actually, it was kind of a bad thing for me to do, actually, a lot of the stuff that I did with the general, like, military industrial complex. And there's a bunch of different content creators, even Black content creators, who have also gone through a lot of that stuff. So, I don't know, like, I find it to be, like, particularly weird that a lot of people are going to have, like, significantly higher standards, especially for a bunch of these, like, veterans. And, I mean, who, like, knows exactly what Graham Plattner has to fucking deal with as a byproduct of going through his fucking military service like he fucking did. Blah, 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 blah. Does that mean we should inherently sort of, like, erase him and have, like, a ton of problems with him or something? Like, I don't know. Like, it's one of those situations where I feel like a bunch of, like, over-skepticism. That's not exactly the word. Being overly critical, I don't think is really going to be as effective as, like, FD might think that it is.
Is the latest project out of the Fight Agency. The Fight Agency is a political consultancy that was started by some ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-John Fetterman folks, and in recent years they've been behind the success of Zohran Mamdani, as well as people like Dan Osborne, Bob Brooks, etc. And aside from Zohran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, the main, mostly valid...
Well, this is very, very fucking weird. Like, okay, what... Are we saying that a bunch of these dudes that this like political action committee are all just like white chud looking types? Is that the fucking argument? That's a little fucking weird to me, dude.
Argument that I will get about Plattner is that he's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important for Palestinian liberation. But I do have to ask, why are we being asked to not just tolerate Plattner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party and maybe even the left? Why has he become the...
Who's made that argument? People make that argument about Zohran Mamdani, and I think that's a correct argument to make. I do think that Zohran Mamdani is the future of the Democratic Party. Are people making that exact same argument with Plattner? Are they? Unless I'm like, I don't know, in La La Land or something. Unless maybe I'm like, I don't know, not in the exact same fucking circles or whatever. I mean, that could be the case. Are we saying that Graham Plattner is being pushed by the establishment and like Bernie types and the online left in general as like the future of the Democratic Party? Really? I don't think that's really the case whatsoever. If anything, the exact opposite is happening. Everyone's trying to do everything possible to make that is the exact opposite, especially within the establishment. Like, okay, I don't want to be like dishonest or whatever, like an asshole, but like I'm sensing that FD's is going to do the thing that he always does, and it's just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck Whitey, fuck the Whitey, blah blah blah, kind of a thing. And you know, it's not all their fault for a lot of the problems that we're currently finding. I don't think he's gonna say that, or he would say that, but he trying to do like the whole shtick of like, yeah, I don't know what's with like all these like white leftists having like these strange pushes for someone like Plattner. I think it's like a little weird. It's a little sus. I mean, again, like, yeah, do I think that Graham Plattner, for example, knew about the fucking goddamn totem conf? Probably he did know, but I think that's more chalked up to the fact that he has a very, very poor judgment of fucking character more than anything else. Probably like a lot of fucking veterans who make a lot of these like very, very poor judgments of characters, right? Like, I'm not trying to like hand wave away a lot of the stuff with like Graham Plattner or whatever, because I don't think that's like exactly honest. There is stuff to probably criticize there. Like, I don't disagree with that. But like, what I'm mostly having a problem with is these people are okay with having like such a higher fucking degree of standards for Plattner in particular, for like what exactly? That's what the thing that I'm more so having an issue with. Why the higher degree of standards? I find that to be very strange.
Darling of the online predominantly white left in this time frame. Why did the fight agency scout him in the first place? It's because the fight agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses. He's doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to remember, all of these characters were villains. And historically, it's always straight white men that fail to realize that fact about those characters. And when you're not a
This is a stretch. Yeah, this is a fucking stretch to me, man. I'm gonna be so for real, dude. This is a massive fucking stretch. I don't know, man. Like, that could maybe be the case. Who knows exactly 1000% of the time. But I don't think so. I'm gonna be so for real, dude. Like, to say that, quote unquote, like, yeah, Graham Plattner is being used as the new face of the Democratic Party, when even the political establishment themselves have done everything possible to try to push as hard as possible they can against Plattner, but he's like going to be seen as the new main face. I'm not fucking buying it, dude. I'm really not fucking buying this, man. Maybe, I don't know, maybe because of my lack of melanin or some shit, I don't necessarily get it. Sure, man. I mean, if that's the argument you want to fucking use, I just don't think that it's the case that the political establishment is really interested whatsoever in terms of, well, wanting to fucking push for Graham Plattner. I'm going to be honest here, and it's mostly because of a lot of the things that he would probably try to challenge as a member of Congress, right? The military-industrial complex, especially, because he's been a veteran who's been in there for that long, right? He would actively probably try to challenge a lot of those fucking problems. And I mean, if he doesn't, he ends up being a John Fetterman type, then, well, fuck, that sucks for us, I guess. It is what it is. But, like, he's not really accepted a lot of the exact same interests or moneyed interests that a John Fetterman also did in terms of, like, the Israel lobby and shit like that. Which is why I just have a hard time fucking buying this, like, to be honest.
A straight white male, you always take note of those types of fans. They may not be the worst people in the world, but they're people to observe. But the left falling for the same trick like this is not surprising when you realize that white leftists in America have never consistently had a halfway decently developed racial analysis, and this is just a historical pattern at this point. Again, shout out to a book I've been reading from Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, The Forbidden Genius of Black Radicalism. Hubert Harrison was a lesser-known black socialist who worked and wrote in the same eras as Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, and Garvey, and was to the left of all of them during that time, including Du Bois. But in this, he also found himself confounded by the challenge of organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-blackness blackness to form effective solidarity and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating.
Okay, but that's like a historical problem that used to exist before. I don't disagree with what FD is seeing here. Like, he's correct in terms of the history of this. There is a intrinsic history of anti-blackness amongst American sort of socialist movements. Abso-fucking-lutely. Isn't that mostly just part of a byproduct of just like America being very, very fucking racist as a country, like to its fucking core? Now listen, I'm a fucking Canadian / Romanian, so I may not 100% know for certain, right, in terms of all of the intrinsics, like histories behind all of this or whatever. Like, I stand to be fucking corrected. But, like, is that really the case with, like, current fucking all current fucking white lefties? Is that really the fucking case? I find that a little fucking hard to believe, to be honest. Especially since a lot of these guys are probably going to have, maybe not like a completely entirely accurate depiction of all the history. Sure, I don't disagree with that. But, like, people who are inherently going to be, like, not problematic, that's not correct. But people who are probably going to have like a significantly like better idea of a lot of the sort of like, I don't know, problems of racial, the hierarchical structures that we currently live under. Like, I just find it a little fucking strange, right? Yes, that's what I'm also coming at this with, Alex, that he did have a recent bad run-in with Bad Empanada, who is not a leftist, right? And I think, and I'm going to make the fucking call right here, that's making FD Signifier's analysis here rather fucking blinkered. So again, he's doing the same thing that I've criticized FD Signifier before when talking about white leftists. He'll have like a bad interaction with a particular white lefty, whether it be Vosh or in this case, Bad Empanada, and then essentially, basically graft all of those beliefs from Bad Empanada onto the rest of the white quote-unquote left, or whatever, the white leftists, as he likes to call them. But there's an inconsistency here then from FD Signifier, for example, right? The problem then becomes is Bad Empanada is very, very anti-Platner. There's a contradiction here. I'm very, very interesting, right? Yes, Bad Empanada is, like, a fascist. Like, I have no problems with saying that. And he is fucking anti-Semitic. Like, obviously. Stipulations. It's important to say. And like you said, Armor and Quills, yeah, Empanada is also not American. I don't know why we're adopting this frame of lens when we're talking about an Australian that lives in Argentina. And also the same guy who's come around to Bad Empanada's positions is also another white lefty in the Cavernacle. And the Cavernacle is also not American. He's British. So, like, I don't know why we're fucking doing this analysis here. Like, are we doing, again, another, like, I don't know, Vosh Bad sort of segment here or something? When, I don't know, we're not, like, the subject isn't even about Vosh to begin with or something. Like, it's just weird. I don't get it. It's weird.
Which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is
doesn't surprise me,
Debs
Alex.
exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that this is...
I mean, yeah, listen, racial, like, social consciousness... I don't disagree here with FD. It was a big problem during a lot of socialist organizing during the 1930s. Yeah. Socialists back during those days were very fucking racist. Absolutely. Right? That's not a contention whatsoever. That's just a fact. Right? Like, that's just an accurate statement. But, like, again, that was over, like, almost 100 years ago, man. Like, why are we taking a lot of the exact same analysis from back then to now in a modern context? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
This is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but censor their sensibilities, even in the face of obvious red flags, or clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to censor themselves.
who is the better option from Plattner and all the centrist weirdos within Maine? Again, like, we're talking about Maine here. Maine is a rural white state, right? You're not going to get a lot of fucking black socialists in power in Maine. That's not the people who are going to be running within Maine, FD Signifier. So, like, Plattner is probably about as good as you're going to get, right? And yeah, he has not a great fucking background. We can all admit to that, obviously. But, like, to inherently just, like, throw it all away for, like, what exactly? I don't know, like, another, like... He says that he's against, like, Puritanism and Puritan testing and stuff like that, but he's doing the exact same thing as he does with, like, a lot of fucking white lefties. He's doing the fucking Puritanism bit here, which I just don't find to be really, really effective whatsoever.
Why have we centered Graham Plattner when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race?
Because he's in Pennsylvania. And this is a race in Maine? Yeah. Yeah. Also, Chris Robb, great candidate. He won his race. He is also in the most blue district within the United States of America. So it makes sense that he's able to win there, right? Like, not to do the whole fucking electability cucked argument or whatever the fuck, because I think that's, like, fucking stupid. Like, as long as you have a good enough message, and depending on how you campaign, you can fucking win any race, right? Anything can fucking happen. Blah, 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 blah. Like, Chris Robb is from the most blue district within the fucking country, and it's also in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh. No. Is it Pittsburgh? It's Pennsylvania. Where are my fucking goddamn yinzers? I know I have some fucking yinzers in chat. It's Pennsylvania. I think it's 3rd district for Pennsylvania, I think. It's the most blue district in the fucking, in the country, right? By, like, a long shot. So, I don't know, it's just, like, I don't know why we're bringing up Chris Robb here, when the dynamics of that race in comparison to what Plattner is running within Maine, it's, like, completely differing dynamics here.
And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics and is in a very vulnerable red state that...
Okay, now this is an argument that I can actually agree with here on FD Signifier, right? And yeah, I think Charles Booker recently, we covered his race. He won the primary within Kentucky, I believe. Finally beat that dumbass, useless, retired pilot bitch that Chuck Schumer was trying to constantly fucking shove down everyone's throat within Kentucky that nobody fucking liked and kept losing to Mitch McConnell, for fuck's sake. Great. Fantastic. Thank you, Chuck. I like Charles Booker. Charles Booker is a good fucking candidate. He's progressive. He's in a vulnerable red state. It would be great if that fucking seat flips. We'll see what happens, obviously. It would be great if that fucking happened. I do think he's a great fucking candidate. Absolutely. Like, yeah, that's not the contention. Like, I want more and more progressive people to be running. But, like, the problem is with what you're saying here, like, FD, is that are white lefties having a problem with someone like a Charles Booker? I don't think so. I think it's an understanding that, again, we're talking about Maine here, a very white, very rural state. So it makes sense that someone like a Graham Plattner is going to eventually pop up eventually as a byproduct of just how shitty the fucking Democratic Party is. Also, Maine is a bit of a purple, fucking purple state. It's a little fucking different in the case of how the dynamics work within Maine. And, I mean, he is secured, I think he's broken some fucking historical records here. He secured the most fucking votes ever seen in a fucking primary with about 140,000 voters. In a tiny state like Maine that does not have a large population. That's insane for a fucking primary. So the energy is there. People understand Graham Plattner's flaws, but nobody seems to really care about those flaws because what matters more is the fucking policy. And that's ultimately what should matter in the end. I don't know why we're having like this whole sort of like argument here about like him being problematic, like being a problematic white leftist and all this shit. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest.
Could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And it's not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty, and reparations. Is everything you can want from a mainstream politician, but he's invisible compared to Plattner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have...
Okay, well, the problem... Okay. Now, this is another problem I have with FD Signifier. The problem why Graham Plattner is getting a lot more mainstream attention is because a lot more mainstream sort of media and whatnot are putting more focus on him with a lot of the lies and the slander that they're trying to put forward onto Graham Plattner, which is why Graham Plattner, for example, has, basically gone is receiving significantly more attention from the online left in comparison to that of Charles Booker, right? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure most, like, Kentuckians probably look at Charles Booker and think, like, yeah, you know, Charles Booker is, like, great and fantastic, yeah, and he runs a pretty good fucking goddamn campaign, he's progressive, he's great, whatever. Obviously, like, Kentuckians know about him all the time. Now, the thing that I'm probably more curious about is, FD Signifier, do you constantly talk about Charles Booker on any of your fucking social media platforms and advocate for, like, Charles Booker's, like, message to get more and more within, like, the main sort of, like, zeitgeist or whatever? Because, I mean, I don't disagree with him in saying that Charles Booker doesn't get really talked about as often, right? Mostly because, again, he's in Kentucky, so it's a little more difficult, blah, 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 blah. I know Shark300 is a big Charles Booker fan. And let's just say you didn't have such a friendly debate with him in particular. So, you know, like, all right, it was kind of like 50-50. It was like a fine debate, but whatever. So, like, again, like, it's just kind of weird to me. Like, we're attributing a bunch of differing stuff and a bunch of fucking problems specifically to all fucking white leftists, when, yeah, there could be, like, more advocacy that can be sort of, like, done here to talk about, like, good candidates like Charles Booker, who I do think is a fucking good candidate. The problem is that, like, mainstream media has made it such that you have to focus on fucking Graham Plattner, and people have to push back on the fucking lies and the narratives that mainstream media are pushing out there. Whereas with Charles Booker, that's not necessarily a thing that they're doing as much. Like, I mean, does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here a little bit? I hope it kind of makes a little bit sense here. Like, again, he's just attributing a lot of problems to, like, white lefties that doesn't really make any sense to me, to be honest, right? Like, it's the thing that he standardly does, like, once a year. Like, blame white leftists for, I don't know, seemingly everything for some reason. I don't know. I just find it to be weird.
Seen Plattner's face a million times more than either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hassan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Plattner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Media Hassan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience.
Mainstream media talking about all the slander, all of the scandals. That's why. Yeah. Like, honestly, if it wasn't for, like, all of the bullshit from, like, New York Times or, like, the Washington Post and, like, CNN, yeah, this probably wouldn't be happening as much. I'm going to be honest here. And the race would probably be a bit more normal. Like, yeah.
A lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how it works. The absence of a critical understanding of how whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over, to the point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for Plattner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left. He should not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course.
Okay, but, like, again, like, you're failing to consider the fact that, again, there's been a lot of mainstream fucking smears that have been done specifically by a lot of mainstream publications onto fucking Plattner, right? And there are GOP operatives who see him as particularly vulnerable, who are putting out a bunch of fucking smears about Plattner, right? And people are spending more time pushing back on that in comparison to pumping up people like Chris Robb, who is a good candidate, or people like Charles Booker, who is also a good fucking candidate. It's just that Charles Booker, he's running, for example, in in Kentucky, so it's a little bit harder than that. I'm curious, because I'm pretty sure Progressive Victory, for example, endorsed Chris Robb. Same with a lot of the other like progressive organizations who will probably be predominantly run by white leftists. So they all endorsed him and think that he should win and get in that fucking seat, which is pretty much guaranteed at this point because that district is so blue with Chris Robb. Same with Charles Booker. Progressive Victory does canvassing for all of these fucking candidates. So, like, are they being ignored by white leftists? Clearly not. So I'm just a little curious, like, what exactly is the problem here? Like, I just don't understand. It's a little interesting.
Red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago, or the fact that that exact type of Nazi terrorism.
Wait, which white lefty is saying this? Who said that, right? Which prominent white leftist said this? Like, did fucking... Yeah, I think he's referring specifically to Ban Empanada using Zog Slave, which is a thing that, and if I recall correctly, he called Black Red Guard a Zog Slave, which is fucking nonsense, obviously. Like... Is that the only example we can really point to? Ban Empanada, who's just a fucking schizo? Like, listen, I fucking hate Ban Empanada as well, because he's an anti-Semitic fucking freak, but this is the problem with fucking FD Signifier. He takes one bad experience he has with some fucking whitey, and then projects all of those bad things onto everybody else. This is a big problem that I have with him. Yes, Ban Empanada is also racist. He's fucking very transphobic. Ban Empanada is really bad, guys.
Happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern and repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online, and that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Plattner is, because he's just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord,
kind of, sort of. Has Graham Plattner ever been like a right-wing sort of chud type? Kind of. Like, sort of. I think, like, he has, like, had a bunch of sussy, like, weird posts on, like, Reddit or whatever. Sure. But when people are talking about that, I mean, they're more so talking about 4chaners. Like, channers and shit like that. Not really, like, edgelords on Reddit as much. I don't know, like, this is like a yes and a no. Like, I don't just say, like, yeah, sure, whatever, you know?
Lord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space. Because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years...
Wait, isn't that kind of... Hold on. That's kind of, like... Statistically speaking, it's going to be the case, considering the fact that white people are the majority population within the... Okay, I mean, I think I've made this point before with FD Signifier, an FD Signifier video in the past before, but whatever, sure.
I have not responded to drama publicly. And any drama from other creators who I don't care about, you haven't heard me talk about it publicly. And the reason for this is people don't care. People don't care about petty squabbles between creators that agree with each other 90% of the time. None of this is really material to any useful action toward a free Palestine or any social issue that you might care about. So rarely do I dedicate time to it in a serious sense. Some creators thrive off drama, and they can't attract an audience otherwise. I am not one of those creators. So I want to apologize up front to the vast majority of people who will watch this and have no clue where this is coming from. But with that in mind, I won't be naming names. And to be clear, a lot of the things I'm going to say aren't going to be intended explicitly towards a few people, and it's more so me responding to a problem I've been seeing forever.
This is Ban Empanada. I'm pretty sure this is Ban Empanada. This should be Ban Empanada. It's Ban Empanada.
And the space as a whole, But before I even go there, let me clarify some things. I am unequivocally a supporter of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation, and no, I do not think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even condemn Hamas. And I've had this stance on decolonization for years. If you pay attention, I don't know if this is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention. But a lot of y'all only... we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Mau's in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to...
By the way, I mean, so far, like, yeah, no disagreement here. Like, I don't think white leftists are gonna have really much of a problem with this take. I'm gonna be honest here. Like, they'd be like, what you're saying is this is true and real.
To occur, and there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence, but it's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless because it is a direct response to the condition that the colonized are living under. And the thing to keep in mind is that Palestinians didn't just start getting genocided by Israel on October 7, 2023. Now, I've seen people say
like
that I've
years.
said nothing about the genocide in 3 years. And those people do not watch me. I've expressed my...
Yeah, I think the reason... First off, I'm not really sure who are saying that, so there's that specifically. But I think the reason why people might be saying that, honestly, is because of ContraPoints. Mostly because of fucking ContraPoints. And also Abigail Thorne, who have not necessarily talked as much about the genocide within Palestine. Now, I've tried to be charitable and say that it could be because they themselves are just not as aware about the crimes that Israel, generally speaking, sort of engages with, right? And it's just not exactly sort of like their sort of wheelhouse. Like, I mean, Contra does like philosophy, pop philosophy sort of like content. Same with Abigail as well. Right, so it's not really their wheelhouse, so I don't 100% blame them for not exactly engaging with a lot of, like, Israel-Palestine sort of stuff, because they just probably feel like it's just not their place to really talk about it, which I think is fair, to be honest, right? And yes, like you're saying, Alex, yeah, Abigail also didn't do a fucking Contra where she decided to, like, fully fucking lip out, but, you know, we've gone down the whole Contra sort of, like, path and whatnot. We've talked about that shit. That's a fucking whole other sort of like can of worms and whatnot. Blah 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 blah. We don't need to relitigate all of that. It's unnecessary. But really, a lot of the reasons for as to why people kind of have the takes that they have about these like particular creators, I don't think it's like not necessarily born out of like malice or something, but more so it could be like born out of the fact that a lot of people are just like critically undereducated, and a lot of people could just like not really know 100% of the time what's like going on, and a lot of the stuff is fucking difficult. It's not easy for a lot of these people, for like a lot of fucking like maybe like new baby lefties is what he's talking about here. I'm not really sure though. With FD Signifier, honestly, it's like, I don't know, pick a card, any card. In terms of like what he means, right? It just depends on who he's had a fucking beef with in a past time or something. Or in this case, it would be Bad Empanada. But that's mostly like a Bad Empanada sort of problem. I don't know. I just have like some problems, to be honest, with this specifically about, I don't know, talking about like certain content creators who you know are just like completely dishonest, and that FD Signifier decides to just like not decide to get into a drama, gets into a drama with them, and mostly because of, again, this is because of the Noah Samson charity stream that he was having. I don't know why because that's the second time he's like brought on Bad Empanada onto his fucking goddamn platform. Stop bringing Bad Empanada on to talk with people. Fuck Bad Empanada. He should be outright fucking rejected. I don't know why Noah Samson does that constantly, but whatever. Bad Empanada is someone who should just be outright fucking rejected as a fucking leftist. I'm gonna be honest here. And yeah, that's mostly the reasoning for as to why we've gotten to the position that we're in right now. It's I find it to be like really, really stupid and fucking annoying that this is the sort of like problems that we find ourselves under. I don't know. I just find it to be fucking kind of annoying. Yes, he probably is including Noah, if I were to take a guess, Alex. That's probably why we're in this like mess, I suppose.
I support for Palestine in multiple videos across multiple channels. One thing I'm really interested in with Palestine right now is because there's very obviously bad faith actors trying to involve themselves on all sides of the issue. Oh shit, it's 4,000 people in here. What the fuck? Let's talk about Palestine, motherfuckers. There are students across the country at college campuses protesting and putting their personal lives and futures in jeopardy for free Palestine. There are professors getting arrested and detained right up the street from where I live at this point, Emory University. Limbaugh's a racist, Glenn Beck's a racist, Gaza was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit. Did Lupe Fiasco, one of the biggest rappers in the world, low-key say free Palestine way back in 2011? Yes. Yes, he did. But my content is made for black people, and the people I'm talking about usually are not black. And so some of these newfound critics will just lie and say I've been silent, and this is being used to paint me as a person who is both siding a genocide or a liberal Zionist or a philo-Semite. I have very purposely never presented myself as a key voice on Palestine, which I don't think anyone sincerely is asking me for, but that has allowed for, I'll say, unprincipled people to make up narratives about my position when I dare to say something as bold as, hey.
He's talking about Ben Empanada here. Okay, now he's not being explicit about it because Ben Empanada gets off on that specifically. No, this is about Ben Empanada here explicitly, which I'm not really going to have any disagreements here with FD Signifier. Yeah, Ben Empanada is extremely dishonest.
Maybe don't use Nazi dog whistles because you had a disagreement with someone on Twitter.
And instead of acknowledging that reasonable and extremely low bar of decency in this space, folks would rather accuse me of being a liberal Zionist. And I think the only reason why this FD doesn't care about Palestine narrative has gotten legs because I didn't make a definitive FD Signifier Palestine video on my main channel. And some may see that as a lack of conviction, so let me clear that up as well. First, I want to engage with this idea that a video on Palestine would have been
I'm going to be honest here. I'm probably going to 1000% here agree here with FD. Like, what the fuck is an FD Signifier video about Palestine going to accomplish? FD Signifier has been very, very consistent and clear in terms of his, like, anti-colonial advocacy and a sort of, like, pan-Africanist, maybe not pan-African, like a black nationalist sort of. He's been very, very fucking consistent about that throughout his entire career. So, like, accusing FD Signifier of being, like, a liberal Zionist, that's fucking stupid, bro. Yeah, where's the Daho Palestine video? Yeah, true. I don't talk about Israel being the devil like every other fucking goddamn day, it seems, or whatever. Stupid.
From my channel in some form or fashion. And this is just not based in reality. In fact, the opposite is true. Palestine videos, especially 2 years ago, were very popular. Sean's Palestine video 2 years ago is his second most watched video of the last 5 years. And even today, videos on the genocide can pull in good views. You never know how the algorithm is going to treat when you talk about certain topics. There's definitely, shadow banning, and there's definitely certain ways that you talk about the genocide that will get a video demonetized.
I do not even condemn Hamas.
But it's like that for a lot of stuff, and there's definitely a market for content around Palestine. And to me, that's kind of gross, but it's the reality. This clip that is being spread to insinuate that I'm purposely avoiding making content about Palestine is literally me making content about Palestine because it's featuring Dr. Mark.
Oh, what the fuck is that? That's Mark Lamont Hill, yeah. Mark Lamont Hill has been very good and consistent in terms of Palestine advocacy. What the fuck is this? Palestine would hurt my income. I am going to try to find this, and thank you, FD, for letting me see what this means in particular, because guess what? We can find that video based off of the title and see who fucking put this out. Let me take a look, see. Explains why he doesn't make
So we gotta figure out what our actual. So we gotta figure out what our actual.
All right, schizo detective, schizo detective, schizo detective, schizo detective, schizo detective alert. Beep 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 beep. Bad empanada detected. Bad empanada detected. Complete schizo, crazy, insane conspiracy theorist, anti-Semite, fucking racist detected. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, this is the person he's specifically having a problem with, and he's deciding to project this outward to a bunch of other fucking people who he sees as like white fucking leftists. Yeah, it's fucking bad. Of course it's bad empanada. It's always fucking this stupid, greasy-haired, snaggle-toothed, ugly Australian fucking goddamn colonizer who's just an ugly fuck who decided to want to move over to fucking Argentina to try to get some Latina booty and is failing very, very miserably at it. Stupid. Like, God, I fucking hate bad empanada so much, dude.
Content about Palestine is literally me making content about Palestine because it's featuring Dr. Mark Lamont Hill, and it's the most watched video on my podcast channel. There was and is still great benefit for people to make pro-Palestinian content, especially white creators who love to jump in front of any trending social issue to be the face of it. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't do that shit. I have a different relationship.
I mean, if you're saying that about bad empanada, then yes. Yeah, you can make that argument. Sure, yeah. I don't disagree with this.
In view of left tube and political content than many viewers and a lot of creators. I stopped viewing BreadTube as a space for serious political content, low-key almost immediately, but definitely after I made the Fuck the Police video back in like mid-2023. Fuck the Police was probably the first video I made where I wasn't already somewhat of an expert on the topic. I had to do more reading and research for that video than any video before it. I interviewed legitimate experts on the topic. I interviewed former inmates, and it ended up being a really, really great, highly informative video. I was so proud of how that video came out initially, but almost immediately upon its release, I felt bad about what I'd actually done. I had made this ostensibly radical piece of media and released it as a commercial product on a giant multinational data mining platform so they could advertise AI girlfriends and PragerU in between me talking about political prisoners and black revolutionaries. It just felt gross. Further, in the aftermath, I was somehow branded as a prison reform expert. Like, I remember having people reach out to me to platform me and pay me to consult with them on prison abolition. Meanwhile, BP, who...
Yeah, that's really fucking stupid, I'm going to be honest here. But, I mean, you know, fucking... The byproducts of, you know, social media and all this fucking bullshit, blah 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 blah. You know, we've done the talk before.
Who I interviewed as not only a former prisoner themselves, but also worked to shut down prisons before. And BP hadn't even hit 10K on their own channel at the time. So at the end of the day, I was using BP's work and expertise and experience for my video, and they weren't receiving adequate credit for what I had done. It felt like I was doing the types of things I had always criticized other, mostly white content creators of doing with black people, because the same thing happened during the Black Lives Matter uprisings in 2021. And at that point, I decided I wasn't gonna make any serious political content unless I had something really unique to add to the greater discussion, not because there was a demand for it from a commercial audience. And after that video, I mostly stopped making explicitly political content. Aside from a video highlighting the student protest against Palestine and a media analysis video on black cops, I didn't make a real politics video for over a year on my channel. And even when I returned to politics, it was for videos where I thought I had something unique to say, like me making the Hotep video, which nobody my size should be making a Hotep video. I'm also the only channel of my size who's been openly skeptical of Zoran.
Dude, fucking Hoteps are so they're so funny. They're so goofy, man. Very, very fucking silly people. Yeah, and also the I think we've also taken a look at the skepticism of Zoran Mamdani video, and FD Signifier did the exact same shit before, where he was talking specifically about his grievances with fucking white leftists. So it's just like, okay, man, like, nice meme, dude.
Mamdani, and even that video was also a fundraiser for an org fighting for Palestine and against a cop city in Buffalo, New York. I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying this is how everyone should be, but for me, if you're a larger creator who got big because of pop culture and mostly non-political stuff, which was the case for me, the move isn't to suddenly try to take up space as an historian on a topic you aren't an expert in. Instead, you should be offering support directly and then intertwine Palestine into the type of content you already make. So that's what I did. And people that watch me know this. Could I have done more?
So I 1000% agree with what FD Signifier is saying here. But then again, the reason why this is the case is because of, say it with me, class, parasociality, parasocial relationships. Is everyone saying it with me, with the class? Okay, it's because of parasocial fucking relationships, and this is a big problem amongst fucking not content creators, but a lot of people amongst the left specifically. This is a thing that happens very, 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 very fucking often, and for whatever reason, a lot of fucking lefties. It's not like a white thing or whatever the fuck. That's irrelevant. The problem is that due to parasocial relationships and the parasocial sort of like environment that we currently find ourselves under, it makes it such that we are in a position where it's like, yeah, we're having to deal with a bunch of like people who are going to defer to certain like YouTube videos or YouTubers to be experts on topics. I know I have done that specifically before, but mostly for like more drama oriented like YouTube culture sort of stuff, right? I will do everything possible in order to defer to an expert instead, where I think it is absolutely warranted to be deferring to an expert. Because I'll say, I'm just a fucking dumbass on the internet with a loud mouth and is good at talking a bunch of shit. That's my whole sort of shtick, okay? Like, that's what I'm here for. That's what I've elected to do. Blah, 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 blah. And I like to think that I'm pretty decent at it. You know, just to suck my own cock a little bit. You know, whatever. Yeah, people deferring to, like, FD to be, like, a fucking expert on a fucking goddamn problem, I do think is kind of a bit of an issue. Absolutely. Because, again, I don't think FD himself has ever pretended to really be, like, an expert on any of these, like, topics or whatever. Because, well, he's just a dude who makes fucking videos on the internet. Like, that's what he does, right? And I think that's, like, fine, you know? I think that's, like, totally okay. And very, very reasonable and, you know, totally fucking... I think I really just have, like, a hard time having a problem with this. The issue is that, like, unfortunately, given the sort of parasocial nature that we find ourselves under, it's just... It becomes one of those things where it's just like, alright, man, like, nice fucking meme, dude. We have to fucking deal with the fact that a lot of people... will have these annoying, like, parasocial, like, ridiculous sort of standards that they expect for their, like, fucking content creators and stuff. And it's just like, okay, man, like, whatever, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying, it's fucking silly, but it's the byproduct of the environment we currently find ourselves under.
More? Yes, I think anyone that tells you they did everything they could have these past couple years is a liar. But I did not foresee a future where not having made a specific video will be weaponized against me in this way. So I stuck with my principles and how I perceive this medium and this platform. And maybe naively, I figured most people would be normal about it. Like, I could go on forever. There's a whole extra bread tube ain't shit critique video that I probably can do right now because of how this medium incentivizes grifting and bad faith behavior. And the audience doesn't realize that they're more concerned about their own parasocial relationships with creators than the issue the creator's talking about. But
oh, hey, that's the exact same thing I fucking said. Wow, incredible.
All this said, I recently realized something regarding the genocide that I felt was useful, and I started researching for it to make a video. And in doing that research, I had to start rearranging my preconceived notions around the topic. For example...
I mean, listen, like, you got... FD, you got fucking bad empanada, okay? Like, listen, it happens to the best of us, okay? George... I think his name is, like, George or whatever. That fucking dumbass, that fucking loser, that complete fucking moron, that freak. Yeah, like, he's a fucking stain, dude. Like, for lack of a better term. Like, he really does make everyone on the left look significantly worse because of his, like, general sort of, like, ostensible behavior. Yeah, listen. Ain't nobody gonna see me ever defending the tomfoolery that is bad empanada.
I had mostly up until this point framed Zionism as an intrinsically white supremacist concept. And this is not illogical to do. White supremacy is the dominant framework of imperialism worldwide. Zionism comes from Europe. The inhumanity that Zionists partake in looks exactly like the humanity that white supremacists have shown people of color since colonialism started. But then I began to encounter Jewish supremacy, and I imagined that that is a term that to the average person sets off alarm bells, because in Western culture and media, the term Jewish supremacy is mostly prominent amongst neo-Nazis. And even I, for a second, was taken aback by the term, especially since I had been seeing other creators sound more like 4chan trolls than leftists for the last couple of months. Thankfully, I had peers who knew more than me and introduced me to scholarship from actual Palestinians to clarify the concept. For anyone who wants to know more, I think Mohammed El-Kur's book, Perfect Victims, is a great place to start because it's not written as a piece of academic scholarship, so anyone could really understand it. If you want something more academic, I'll link a great article from the Journey of Holy Land and Palestinian Studies that explicitly bridges the gap between Jewish supremacy and white supremacy. And I'll also add a work from Fayez Sayegh. I apologize if I got that name wrong. And that goes way back to 1965, illustrating the concept. The sad irony, though, is that the way I managed this learning experience going in to make this video has gotten me into drama. And now I have to address the drama to hopefully not distract from the actual video when I release it, hopefully later this month. A video I started on well before all this happened. I started researching more, which led to observations and learning, and that led to private conversations, which eventually turned into public content, and that public content turned into more public content, and that public content. And now I have to do this video before I finish that video so that that video can be seen and received as intended. And you wonder why I feel like this platform is not appropriate for serious political action. Now I have to own that once I mention people by name publicly, even if for all of 20 seconds.
Yes, specifically Bad Empanada, and he's doing the same thing that he always does, Boy Meets Mini, and that is he has a bad experience with a white fucking lefty, and then all of a sudden he has to project all of that bad experience onto everybody else. It's a very common line of behavior here from fucking FD Signifier, which I have problems with.
Even if it was on a puny channel that's not even connected to BreadTube, if you publicly critique someone, you open it up for them to respond. And if they want to make 50, 11 videos about me, I say your name on the record, you get to make an hour-long video complaining about it. Get your bag, Kings. It is what it is. I got careless and forgot that I wasn't just a guy sitting with peers discussing a topic that I was trying to learn more about. Instead, I was FD Signifier participating in the commercial enterprise that is YouTube political content. And the irony is I predicted in that video that drama was on the way because I know how a lot of these people move. Especially as your voice gets more respected and grows. The thing that is happening right now, as we say all these names, right? If this manages to break containment, you can expect 55 response videos, right? And it might sound like fun right now, Dr. Ball, the marriage of hate. But as a person who's been in that crucible, in the eye of that hurricane, it's not, and people, I've seen people in the chat be like, it's about money.
Well, unfortunately, yes, I do agree with you, Boy Meets Mini. Yes, he should not have talked to Bad Empanada to begin with. But again, guess who fucking did that shit? It was Noah Sampson again. The only reason why Bad Empanada is even being brought up in the way that he's being brought up at the moment is because of the fact that Noah, as a byproduct of his charity live stream to raise money for his lawsuit against, for the fundraiser for the fucking lawsuit that Ethan Klein is doing, he decided to bring in Bad Empanada on for like haha funny time, and now we're currently here. Yeah, that's the reason why. And we're getting all this like, well, dreck.
Money and numbers. No, it's the frustration of having your voice distorted, of having what you mean and what you're trying to say distorted, and you literally cannot fix it. I know that a lot of these white leftists have zero shame, zero self-awareness, and zero interest in actual coalition building on this platform if it means they might have to decenter themselves. And that brings me back to Plattner. Plattner is popular because he's BreadTube personified. He is the former edgelord rehabilitated into the hero for oppressed people to make up for his past sins. And mind you, every piece of anti-colonial liberal...
I don't agree with this. I don't think that's quote unquote the hero of fucking BreadTube. I don't know why we adopt this particular fucking analysis. He's just a fucking dude running for Senate within Maine. Okay, I don't know why we have to do this like strange fucking like hero complex bullshit. I just think this is fucking silly. But again, this is a thing that FD does consistently with a lot of his fucking content, which is why I have problems with a lot of fucking FD's content. This is why. Because it's just like, it's just not accurate, man. Like, again, to graft onto Graham Plattner a lot of the fucking idiocy, the sheer rank nonsense that comes out of the mouth of fucking Bad Empanada, who literally everybody hates. Nobody fucking likes that motherfucker. It's just not honest, man. It just isn't.
Liberation theory that you will ever read will tell you that the colonized must free themselves, but don't tell that to your favorite BreadTuber or favorite BreadTube fan, because they'll swear that it's them that's the key to liberation for insert other group here. But further, Plattner shows the failure of
again, who the fuck's like, who says that? Like, again, like, who says this? This is all fucking projection, man. Like, it really, really is. No, Bad Empanada is not the Ethan Klein of the radical left, Boy Meets Mini. That's fucking stupid. He's the Goebbels of the left, okay? Get it right.
American left presenting a principled anti-Zionist stance to a larger general public. I've noticed in my personal life and online that there's been a rise in what I'm going to describe as America First anti-Zionism. And normally when I make up a new term, I want credit for it, but please, do not repeat. I'm positive there's somebody more worthy, some actual Palestinian scholar that is saying the exact same thing I'm saying. So find them and give them credit for that term. But Plattner's a perfect example of what that is, because while he does claim to want to stop aid from Israel, he also wants to improve.
I completely fucking disagree with this. No. The America First anti-Zionism stuff, that's specifically a thing from fucking groypers and, weirdo online neo-Nazi trolls. No, this is this is a bunch of nonsense here. I don't agree with this whatsoever. Could it be because he's trying to do the whole, America First thing, saying, why are we spending quote-unquote all this money to Israel when we could be spending it instead in America? You want to know who else does that shit? Ro Khanna. His dumbass isn't white. That's a little interesting, right? No, it's essentially you're using, because again, we're dealing with the American constituent here, and unfortunately, FD Signifier, the American constituent is a rather complicated beast, for lack of a better term, as in they're just a collection of fucking morons. The problem with the American fucking constituent is the fact that the American constituent has a lot of just completely nonsensical fucking goddamn debates. Yeah, Zara Mamdani also did the exact same thing during the debates. He would say that he would stay in New York instead of going to Israel. Guess who fucking complimented that shit? Fucking Asmongold complimented that fucking shit. And he's just a fucking neo-Nazi. Like, literally. Well, mostly without the anti-Semitic sort of, like, conspiracism. White nationalist. Yeah, so did Sliwa. Sliwa also said that was a fucking good thing. Because Mamdani understands politics, right? He understands what the fucking moment is asking for, what the moment is demanding, and it's the fact that everybody fucking hates Israel for the fact that they keep doing terrible actions, unjustifiable fucking actions on the American fucking taxpayer dollar. And if there's one thing that the American cares more about than anything, oh boy, it is their fucking taxpayer dollars.
Military recruitment, so he is not against American imperialism like you might think, which undermines any anti-Israeli stance he holds, and that's typical of pretty much all the Democrats right now. The sad reality
Wait, what? What was that thing about American imperialism? I need to hear that again.
Biden is a perfect example of what that is, because while he does claim to want to stop aid from Israel, he also wants to improve military recruitment. So he is not against American imperialism like you might think, which undermines any anti-Israeli stance he holds, and that's typical of pretty much all the Democrats right now. The sad reality is that the Democrats...
What do we mean by he wants to improve military recruitment? Does he? I've never heard him speak about that. Maybe it was like in a separate fucking interview or whatever. I don't know. Like, sure. I mean, it mostly depends on who's like a part of the fucking presidency or whatever. I have no fucking idea what this exactly means. This is like such a minute thing that I don't think it's like okay. It's like okay, whatever, dude.
Democratic Party and the alleged progressive leaders in America have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered on Zionism by the likes of Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, unlike anti-Zionists on the left, are in fact obvious anti-Semites. Tucker Carlson is a crypto white supremacist who has spent years trying to normalize the Great Replacement theory, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a former QAnon adherent who brought us Jewish space lasers and believes in blood light. Yet both are being mainstreamed in a way that I wouldn't have thought possible just a few years ago. People like Carlson and Greene have infinitely more...
by the left or by mainstream media? Because that's a little different here. I don't think they're really getting mainstreamed. Like, does he mean by the left? I mean, all the far righters are trying to mainstream them. But lefties? I don't even think mainstream media is really trying to fucking mainstream specifically Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson. I don't think I even agree with that, to be honest, from FD. I'm going to be honest. I don't think so. I think this is just not... I think this is just nonsensical. Again, he's doing the thing where, again, white leftists, I don't know, did particular X thing or something, which means, I don't know, I have to have, like, a fucking problem with it or something. I don't know. I just find it to be very, very annoying.
Reach and influence than any of your favorite bread tubers, and thus they have been able to frontline this American first anti-Zionism, and it's become a popular position. It feels like for the first time ever, and this is a good thing, and I'll explain why in a second, anti-Zionism is a popular sentiment to hold, but anti-Zionism that is America first is letting America off the hook for its role in that genocide. I've had a lot of people, both online and in my encounters in real life, smart people, say something along the lines of,
yeah, but this is a thing that far righters are doing, like, FD. This isn't, like, I thought, are we talking about, like, white leftists? Who the fuck are we talking about here? Like, that's a thing that, again, Tucker Carlson types are doing. Again, like, that far-right people are doing specifically. Younger far-right people. Is this a thing that white leftists are doing? What are we saying here?
Israel is controlling America, and no, the tail does not wag the dog. Israel is a settler colonial project built on genocide.
Although there have been a few morons that believe MTG saw the light, they got mad at AOC when she shit on MTG justifiably. Yeah, exactly there, Alex. Which is why, like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, that's why I can't really take a lot of these fucking criticisms seriously, because it's just, like, it just comes out of, like, complete nonsense. So, per Plattner's website, he wants to cut a lot of wasteful Pentagon spending and focus it instead on areas that lack, like shipbuilding. It's a specific policy to make up for stagnation in that area. He's still against imperialism and foreign non-defensive wars. Oh, so there's nothing on his fucking website about him being for, like, increasing military fucking recruitment. Okay, so is FD lying then? Like, is it something about another particular sort of, like, I don't know, like maybe not like white lefty talking point or something. I don't know. Is he just like lying here or something? I don't know. Yeah, he wants all service members on a living wage. I mean, that's pretty fucking reasonable. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Cool. But we're gonna make the claim that he wants to like increase military recruitment numbers in order to help like imperialism by the West. I've just not seen any evidence for this.
And mass murder. America is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder, among other things. Game, recognized game. There are, of course, Zionists in American government and plenty of Zionists who are at the helm of powerful American institutions. And our current president does seem uniquely compromised in his ability to not be influenced, not just by Israel, but everyone. Like, everybody gets a piece of our president. But please believe that confluence of power between Israel and Zionists in America is not some secret, like, mystical thing. That's just how power and capitalists have always worked. One example of this America First anti-Zionism is like, people often say America was forced or tricked into a war with Iran due to Israel, but this ignores the history of hostility America has had with Iran. Iran, as a sovereign strong nation, has been able to withstand American influence and thus impedes on America's dominance of.
So I don't disagree with the inherent history here by FD Signifier. He is correct to bring this up, but the reason why specifically people are saying that this latest round of hostilities, for example, is being brought up specifically, and they're blaming Israel specifically for the latest round of hostilities, is because we know from reporting that Benjamin Netanyahu went to the fucking Situation Room with his fucking boys to convince Trump to go ahead with the attacks on Iran with an hour-long fucking presentation. That's why people say the thing that they say, specifically about Iran and about Palestine as well, and all these other fucking jabronis as well. That's why. It's because Israel has had a major role, I'm going to say it again, a major role to play in the fact that they have been doing basically everything possible in order to, make it such that, we got to have fucking war with Iran, because if we don't have war with Iran, then bad things start to happen or something in like the mind of Israel or some shit. That's the main fucking problem. It's just that in this particular round of talks that the president has had, it's very, very obvious and clear that Israel are the main guys who fucking catalyzed all of this. It's because of Israel.
Of that region and the resources that Iran controls, even with Israel sitting at Iran's doorstep. And Israel, because of its Zionist nature, has always wanted to attack Iran, along with everyone else in that region for years. But for the longest, America has not allowed them to, because most American presidents fully understood that we probably can't win a war with Iran, which, if you're paying attention, is clearly correct. But that doesn't mean that we didn't desire to do the exact same thing Israel did. This is why you see so many other American politicians wanting more action from America in Iran.
Okay, then, if FD's not wrong when he says this, then why the fuck has every other president decided to not follow along Israel's lead here then in particular, right? Like, that's the problem that I'm having here, man. Like, it's just, what he's saying is right in terms of a lot of the fucking underlying history and whatnot. It's just like, I don't know, it gets rather kind of blinkered or something. I'm not trying to think like what exactly is the correct thing here. It's like blind. Yeah, even Obama signed a fucking the JCPOA in a fucking deal, but I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Never drink the anti-white Kool-Aid too much. I meme all the time and say like, yeah, fuck whitey, blah blah blah, and shit like that. But it's mostly like a fucking meme. I recognize that. Listen, it's important to have a rainbow coalition, all this fucking shit, blah 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 blah. We have to be cognizant of a lot of the history. Obviously, it's incredibly important to be cognizant of the fucking history. But like to just defer blame constantly to like all white people because of like bad experiences that you've had with like a particular fucking goddamn content creator. I'm sorry, but I just really don't have a lot of respect for that. I'm gonna be honest here. Yeah, tan suit, can't trust it. It was the worst. It's because of the tan suit, folks.
Iran, low-key on both sides of the aisle. America has not just allowed, but has encouraged Israel to be exactly what it is for decades at this point. It's just that this time around, Palestinians were able to show the world what is happening to them. And I want to be clear, Palestinians do not care and should not care.
Not exactly wrong here, but Palestinians have been constantly showing what's been going on in particular. But I think the main thing that's having people go against Israel because I don't disagree with what FD is saying here, right? I don't think it was all because of Palestinians. I think it was all because of Israel. Israel shot themselves in the foot with their blatant genocidal fucking actions, which is why I always, you know, I do the meme consistently in a lot of my fucking videos saying like, ring, 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 Israel, this is your lawyer speaking. You guys should keep fucking streaming all of the genocidal rape and pillage that you keep doing of Palestinians consistently. It's going to be really, really great and ingratiating yourselves for the main target audience that you need to have on your side in order to be able to continue to exist as a settler colony, and that is the Americans. You guys should keep doing that over and over and over again. It's working out great for you guys. Honestly, this is more so because of Israel, I think, shooting itself in the foot in comparison to that of the advocacy of Palestinians. Not to downplay, obviously, the advocacy that Palestinians have been doing in the ground on Gaza and the West Bank and whatnot. Obviously, there's been a lot of good work, a lot of documentaries, a lot of good short films that have won awards, blah, 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 blah. But let's be quite honest here. The reason why sentiment has been turning against Israel as much as it has is because of Israel themselves. They have done everything that they've been doing. They thought they could literally get away with the moon with Trump in power and also Biden in power. But it turns out not the fucking case, because the American people decided to say, nah, fuck that. Listen, you guys have gone way too fucking goddamn far this time. And that's what it is.
How they get free, or who in America is going to bring them to that.
I mean, that's all well and good, but what actually will stop them institutionally? It seems like they don't even have a permission. They don't even need a permission structure anymore. Unfortunately for that, Boy Meets Smitty, the answer to that question is nothing. Because the American people don't control the institutions. So there ain't shit that they can do. So it's all well and good, obviously, that the American people are recognizing that, yeah, fuck Israel for all this bullshit that they're doing. It doesn't mean anything, unfortunately. Like, just calling a spade here, obviously.
That point. If they get free because of a right-wing regime ushered in by Tucker Carlson decides to act on their innate hatred of Jewish people and pull support from Israel, that's an us problem. That's not a them problem. There's a great short essay from Laif Marouf, again, I apologize if I got that wrong, where he's responding to a recent interview where Norm Finkelstein basically says exactly what I'm saying here. But Marouf comes back to reiterate that none of that is the Palestinians' concern. Marouf says literally, why is it so hard to believe that America first could actually be Israel last? So if the left, and by that I don't just mean us here on YouTube, although we are somewhat to blame, if the left can't present a crystal clear principle stance against Zionism to combat the nationalistic and ultimately fascist version that's taking a hold everywhere, including somewhat on the left, then
I think the left has been doing that. I'm just curious, like, who has not been doing that? I've made it very clear consistently that, again, don't believe anything from the charlatans Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene. They are doing this because, again, they have their own sort of, like, agendas at play. Well, with Tucker Carlson specifically, he's a grifter. He doesn't believe in anything. He just wants to make a fucking bunch of goddamn money. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just a fucking, like, complete schizo conspiracy theorist. So, like, I don't know if he, like, could he be talking about other, like, leftists or something? I have no fucking idea, dude. Yeah, same with Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie's not coming at this from any principle. Thomas Massie's coming at this for the fact that he's salty about the fact that he couldn't get into Trump's inner circle. Same thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I have made this very consistent. This exact point consistently throughout the entirety of my fucking goddamn content whenever talking about the advocacy of those like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think what he may be more talking about here, or who he may be more talking about here, is people like Anna Kasparian. Now, Anna Kasparian has been doing that to a fucking goddamn T. But that's mostly because Anna Kasparian is just mad about the fact that why don't lefties like me anymore? Why do they fucking hate me so much? Yeah, and it's just like, they don't fuck with you, little bro, because you're just like, you're like a grifting fucking weirdo, and it's obvious that you're a grifting weirdo. Yeah, she's been getting significantly worse.
We're fucked and we deserve it. So again, shout out to Chris Robb and Charles Booker, I guess. I'll leave some links on how to support them in the description. But the bottom line is how we get anti-Zionism into our government is our business. If it takes hold in a way that is not good for black people, gay people, Muslims, etc., it's only good for these white folks that like to act like Nazis online. At the end of the day, that's our problem, not Palestinians. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. What I want to make clear,
I guarantee you that Baden Panada does not like, does not like people like Chris Robb or Charles Booker. I don't think he likes them, or maybe he does like them. I have no idea. I don't think even Baden Panada knows who they are, to be honest.
is that if you pin all the atrocities Israel is committing right now on them secretly controlling America to help them out, then you miss the fact that Israel and America's imperial interests are one and the same.
That's true, Alex.
99% of the time. And even seeing that as advocating for a free Palestine is short-sighted, because while Zionism couldn't function effectively without American aid, they would still be there in that region doing something horrible to those people, the same way America is doing horrible things to people all over the world right now, not just in Palestine, but in Cuba, Venezuela, Sudan, the Congo. All of these places where there are global calamities going on comes back to us in some form or fashion. And this is not to say that Zionism doesn't have its own specific interests or that it doesn't have new.
I'm curious more so about Sudan in particular because, actually, no, it makes sense. Dubai has been the main guys who have been supporting the RSF. Same with the Russians as well. I am more curious about Sudan. I would like to look more about the stuff that's going on in Al-Fashir. It's, guys, would you believe it if that the RSF may be doing some ethnic cleansings within Al-Fashir? Yeah, you know, standard fucking bullshit. Blah 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 blah. As for the war between the Congolese and the Rwandans, not the Rwandans, it's Rwanda, right? I believe it is Rwanda. With the E23 rebels, I believe. That, I believe, has some more U.S. involvement in terms of, like, trying to broker peace, but obviously it hasn't worked out. They immediately went back to fucking fighting. One of the 8 peace deals that I got worked out, folks. I've made so many peace deals. I'm so good at peace. I'm so fantastic. Look at me. I'm the best. Blah, 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 blah. Obviously, it didn't work out because Trump does not give a fuck about peace. Yada, yada, yada. The thing specifically with, the Congo, I'm not 100% certain about Congo in particular. There's probably a lot more British exploitation there and deals within there. I'm not sure about U.S. involvement, although I have without a shadow of a doubt in my mind that there's some form of U.S. involvement there in Congo. With, like, Sudan, it's a bit more of a mixed bag. That's more so Dubai, partially the Russians, and a couple other players as well.
Nukes, or that it was not still doing Zionism before it had America's help, but understand the relationship between Israel and America is one of mutual benefit, not some type of mind control that's happening from afar. And the reason why I connect that conspiratorial framing of Zionism back to a lot of white folks, white liberals, white leftists, is because it allows them to remain virtuous and not reflect on America's own history of genocide and how they fit into it. It's a framing to allow them to still be the heroes of the...
Is that the case? I don't know why you're conflating liberals with leftists in this particular sort of instance. I think I've made my positions particularly clear. I can only really talk about myself being a white boy. I think I've been very, very clear in calling out all of these, like, charlatans who say this stuff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's really difficult to not just say the same thing that I've been constantly saying over and over and over again. FD Signifier had a run-in with Baden Panada and all the, like, schizo nonsense associated with fucking Baden Panada, and as a byproduct of that, all of a sudden it was just like, this is a problem now with all white leftists. I do not like all white leftists. And it's just like, okay, dude. Yes, intervening in Nigeria as well. I mean, not recently, but it was like a couple months ago. There's been deployments of troops within Nigeria, and there's actually been bombings that happened right around Christmas. We talked about that on the channel. Bombings that happened in Nigeria that the Trump administration decided to orchestrate, which obviously fucking failed because they just hit a random mosque in a fucking village. I don't know. I guess the Trump administration thought that, well, you know, clearly that's where all the terrorists are. They're constantly in the mosques. So if we hit the mosque, we're going to be able to kill the terrorists or some shit. We know how Trump's logic, broadly speaking, works.
The day, even when they're literally the villains. It allows them, like a grand partner, to say, hey, I might have been part of the problem, but now I'm going to be part of the solution. And all this other shit, just ignore it. Just pay no attention to the other things that clearly say that this is not the case. In short, this is white savior shit. A lot of it. Not all of it, not everyone, but a lot of it. And I'm tired of it. And I regret the fact that it took me to submit myself to racial abuse from a bunch of crack.
Whoa!
One thing I said years ago before any of this was
Banned on
serious
Twitch.
is that once you've been around the block with so-called white allies, you recognize that they often don't care about you as much as they say they do. Again, word to Hubert Harrison. They just care that you represent a proxy for their fight against each other most of the time. They will use the premise that they're fighting for a good cause to troll other, usually white people that they don't like on Twitter. They'll
Is that really the case? Maybe. I don't fucking know, dude. It is very, very stupid. I think someone like Kyle fell into this with a comment about Indian bot farms, where he's like, MAGA is just foreigners. Like, when you say that, you are kind of letting the U.S. off the hook. Listen, our problematic fave, our dark woke commander, Kyle fucking Kalinske, will have some fucking problematic posts, okay? We can all admit to that. He's a bit of a fucking problematic guy, okay? Listen, I disavow.
literally act like Nazis, and then when people reasonably say, hey, stop that bullshit, they'll cry that they're being tone policed. And y'all are so unserious, and it's my fault for allowing that unseriousness to put me in this position to have to be like, all right, I'm good. And just one last thing to get off my chest. White leftists, I like y'all. Sometimes I love y'all. But I'm not one of y'all. And I've never been unclear about this. I don't have a white guilt savior complex. I didn't come to these politics through college. I came to them through life. I don't seek out strong, fatherly male figures in my political outlook. I don't have the challenge of processing and unpacking whiteness in the imperial core like y'all do, but don't actually do the work to do. I'm not scared of losing y'all as an audience or losing access to any future or current opportunities because of any political positions I hold. And y'all would know this if you actually watch me. But like I said earlier, most of y'all don't. You just know that it's good to watch FD Signifier, but y'all motherfuckers don't watch my videos. I constantly get accused of seeking out and playing to a white audience, and low-key, that's just racist. Like, that's just racism.
I mean, like, I guess I could also say the exact same about my... I don't know what my fucking racial demographics are of my fucking audience. It's probably mostly white boys or some shit if I were to take a bet. But again, that's because it's, like, the majority audience that mostly engages with, like, social media platforms. So, like, it's a bit of a self-selecting bias there. Whatever. That aside... yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really pretend to try to appeal to, like, a particular audience. Whoever decides to fucking watch me for whatever reason will watch me. I mean, most of them... Yeah, like, a Mexican and an Indian is my main fucking You two are probably my most fucking prominent chatters. So, like, I don't know. White boy... Spicy white boy, okay? I am Romanian. I'm a spicy white, okay? I'm East European. It's a little fucking different, FD, okay? If you knew the history, you'd fucking know, okay? We're spicy whites, okay? Very, very important to fucking stipulate that. Like, it just really fucking depends on the fucking audience and what people are essentially looking for, what they appeal to. I mean, most of the people that, again, engage in social media are going to be white boys or something. Yada, yada, yada. I'm not This motherfucking guy. Alex Royvas being racist by saying I'm Romani when I am not Romani. Racist.
Sometimes it's from black haters too, like I have those, but like from y'all it's just racism because it's hard for y'all to imagine that there is a large enough black community to make my numbers number the way they do. And I want to be clear, I have videos intended for a white audience and those videos tend to do great, but the vast majority of my most watched videos on all of my channels are videos focused on black culture. The white audience comes around only for the explicitly political videos, which is one of the reasons why I stopped doing them shits like I was. Y'all didn't watch my video about a Spike Lee movie from nearly 30 years ago, which has over 1 million views. Y'all didn't watch my video on a barely remembered rap group from the 80s, which has over 1 million views. Y'all didn't...
Okay, I'm gonna be quite honest here. And listen, not to speak for all white boys out there, I'm just not really a movie guy. I know. I've never really been a movie guy, so it's never really been interesting to me. And it is what it is.
Didn't watch my video on a black micro celebrity dating guru from the early 2000s that nobody even remembers, which has almost 1 million views. You didn't watch my Sinners video.
Oh, I know who he's talking about. Oh, I know his name. I know who he's talking about. That guy's a fucking psycho. Oh, he died like not that long ago, and he was a real piece of shit. He always would just like make fun of like women calling them fat, even though they like weren't all that fat. God, God, his fucking name is on the tip of my tongue, but I'm really bad with names, so I fucking forget. I know who it is. I just don't remember. God, I hate being bad with names, dude.
Video last year. You didn't watch my Lupe Fiasco video where I also mentioned Palestine. Y'all watched my Charlie Kirk video, and I saw the numbers number differently. And thank you for that. I made that knowing y'all would come through. I made that low-key for y'all, and I hope you appreciated it, and I'm glad that you watched. But that's the thing. Y'all only...
I did not watch the Charlie Kirk video. That's right. I am not your standard white. What's up, FD Signifier? I didn't watch your Charlie Kirk video. And now I will never watch the Charlie Kirk video. Get owned. Dab. Why'd I do that? I don't know.
show up when it's a video that you can be comfortably centered in, and that's not a big deal for me if that's something I want to talk about as well. But I wish y'all would recognize that says less about me and more about y'all. I just made a 4-hour Tyler Perry video which has over 3 million views. I do not need a white audience, so don't mistake my cordiality.
Oh, I know that fucking video. It's definitely popped up on my recommended, but I was just like, 4-hour video about Tyler Perry? Sorry. I don't care about that. Mostly because I just don't care about media figures. I'm gonna be honest. It's not a black or a white thing. I just don't care about media figures. It's just not my thing.
At your presence for thinking you run shit here. Y'all's access to me has been me trying to be a positive force in the space as much as I can.
Again, like, I'm not really sure who exactly fucking says that. I know I don't fucking say that. I don't pretend to say that anyone in particular runs anything as like a fucking video content creator, right? Maybe like... I think he's talking about Hassan fans. No, he's talking about Hassan fans. It's Hassan fans. It's Hassan fans. It's Hassan fans.
Managed to be. I try to align with like-minded people who I want to see win. I try to share my platform as much as I can. I love having random conversations with people that I sometimes feel like I don't agree with, but I can't do that shit no more because motherfuckers be watching, and now I got lice. And that's on me. I need to do a better job enforcing boundaries. So
yeah, I don't think that quote unquote saying that a bunch of white people are fucking I think that's I don't know, that's pretty fucking problematic. I'm gonna be honest here. That's not particularly great.
Well, that's what we're gonna do from here on out. Now let's talk about today's sponsor, which yes somehow still is Nebula.
Okay, sponsor segment. Blah 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 blah. Cavernacle calls FD part of the Nebula elite. Guess who also fucking says that? Bad Empanada. Yes. So, okay, you know, fucking conclusion, we gotta wrap this shit up. Been here for long enough. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, problem. FD Signifier, listen, there's stuff to agree with here. I do agree with a bunch of the stuff. The history stuff, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. Obviously, no contention there. You're doing the exact same fucking thing that you're doing consistently whenever you criticize white fucking lefties. Now, listen, I criticize white boys all the fucking goddamn time. Listen. As a white boy, I criticize my own kind consistently. Those fucking dumbasses known as fucking whiteys. Fucking whites! Doing stupid shit all the time, okay? Listen, I understand. I do the exact same thing consistently. Because guess what? None of us are above reproach. None of us are below fucking criticism. Everyone, listen, as Filthy Frank himself once said, and... he's Asian, okay? Listen, he's Asian, he's Japanese, all right? I believe in prejudice equality. Everybody gets shit. Well, for good reasons, mostly. Everybody gets shit if they say something fucking stupid that's worthy of fucking criticizing. So I add some stipulations on my, for example, Filthy Frank prejudice equality take. Yada, 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 of course. He's doing the exact same thing that I've criticized FD Signifier before. He has a bad interaction with a particular white content creator, like dumbasses like the Cavernacle, who I think is just a fucking like stupid moron, very low IQ. Same with specifically Bad Empanada, who's just an anti-Semite. Like I don't care. He's just an anti-Semite, and it's just fucking racist. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, Bad Empanada. Suck my dick. Eat my fucking shit. You're a little bitch. I don't like you. And he's deciding to essentially just completely and utterly just do the thing that he does all the fucking time, and that is to graft a lot of the positions of those guys to the rest of the general sort of quote-unquote white left, which I have a fucking big problem with because that is essentialized thinking. It is the foundation of racist thinking. Now, am I saying that FD Signifier is a racist? No. We can make the technical argument that he is, but I'm not going to make that. I don't give a shit about that one in particular. It's a waste of fucking goddamn time. The problem is that FD Signifier, like a lot of the people that he is correctly fucking criticizing, is engaging in a lot of the exact same essentialized fucking thinking that he does consistently when he has experiences with white fucking leftists. And listen, do I love shitting on a fucking white lefty about as much as the next guy? Yes, I love shitting on white leftists all the fucking time because a lot of them are very stupid and they say a lot of fucking stupid shit that needs to be absolutely fucking criticized and shat on for being very, 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 very fucking stupid. But here's the thing, and I don't make it like my whole like personality or whatever. Like if I have a bad interaction with like some fucking whitey, I'm not gonna like have a conniption about it, to be honest. I'm gonna call them stupid because I think they're stupid about something. They're typically gonna block me because they're cowards, and then I just move on with my life. That's really about it, okay? Because I think a take that they have about a particular issue, I think is just bad, and it's just not going to be like politically efficacious or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Right? I don't like try to make like a whole fucking video about it. Unless it's like a dumbass fucking conservative, then I will make videos about them because I hate them. But yeah, like, I don't know if FD Signifier ever decides to come across this fucking video or whatever, my tiny ass dumb fucking channel. Really, the main problems that I have with you in particular is the fact that you are deciding to do the exact same thing that a lot of racist people do, and that is essentialized thinking. Then that's the problem that I have specifically with you, FD Signifier. You're doing a lot of essential thinking, which is very much so the fundamental basis of a lot of, well, racists. And that's the fucking problem that I have with FD Signifier in fucking particular. Again, like, there's a lot of points in this video that are very agreeable and that are really good and are absolutely fucking correct and based and blah, 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 blah. It very often, the problem is that a lot of that good analysis gets rather blinkered for the fact that he has, like, one particular bad interaction with one fucking white lefty, and then all of a sudden it's got to be, like, a fucking conniption about it. And that's, I have an issue with that, to be honest. Because I don't find it to be, like, particularly effective analysis, and I just don't think it's, like, really, really good to engage in a lot of the exact same sort of essentialized thinking that a lot of, like, genuine fucking racists also fucking engage with, right? You know, to do the whole meme of, like, I'm racist but, like, woke about it or whatever, blah, 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 you know, by, like, going after whiteys, whatever. Because I do think that's also silly as well. I hope it's kind of, what I'm saying here is a little clear. It's kind of late where I'm at, blah, 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 blah. My brain is probably not working as good as it should, as it normally does, but whatever. But yeah, like, that's mostly, like, the problem that I have with FD Signifier. He had a bad interaction with Bad Empanada, because, of course, there is no such thing as a good interaction with Bad Empanada, all because fucking Noah Sampson, who is correctly bringing up or raising funds to fight his lawsuit against fucking Ethan Klein, who's a piece of shit, blah, 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 decided to bring on Bad Empanada to do another one of those, like, clown shoes show debates, you know, like he did with Hassan. Last time he did one of those, like, major fucking goddamn fundraising live streams that he did before, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Maybe, and I think this is, you know, maybe I'm being edgy and controversial. Many such cases. Maybe, just maybe, we should completely and utterly shun Bad Empanada from all leftist spaces. He ain't a leftist. He's a fucking fascist. He's anti-Semitic. He's racist. He's transphobic. He's all the phobics. Blah, 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 blah. And he is just one bad egg. Yeah, he's one bad fucking egg. Not good, folks. He's really bad. But But yeah, like, I don't know. I think I've made my fucking positions, I hope, clear, to be honest. But yeah, it's a lot of the exact same criticisms that I have very, very often with specifically FD fucking Signifier, and that his very, very often he will graft. Yeah, we'll go with graft on the positions of the one white leftist that he has a bad fucking experience with, and then all of a sudden it's like the position of all fucking white lefties or something, even though he says, like, listen, I like you guys, blah, 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 but, like, you know, you guys are still being kind of racist without actually, like, you know, or, like, watch my videos without actually watching my videos. It's like, well, I don't think that's exactly true. Mostly because, like, speaking for myself, like, I don't know, media analysis stuff has just never really been all that interesting to me. I don't really care about that stuff, blah, 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 blah. It's just me. I mostly like the more political stuff. And even I haven't seen that stuff specifically from FD. Mostly because, I don't know, I just watch a lot of fucking news, to be honest. Yeah, I just mostly watch a lot of fucking news. And that's just, like, my sort of, like, media diet. And that's just, like, okay, right? I don't think that, like, all these, like, essentialized arguments and positions should be done to, like, literally everybody because of, like, one bad experience that you had with specifically Bad Empanada, that fucking psychopathic loser-ass freak who is a genuine anti-Semite, a racist, and is absolutely fucking transphobic, and is now getting, like, more fucking soy-chugging goddamn losers or something. But whatever, yeah. Yes, also, the stuff with Shark, blah, 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 was also not particularly great. Yada, yada, yada. I hope that position is relatively fucking clear. And I'm mostly trying to come at this from a position where it's just like, as, like, a fucking critic, mostly. I'll try to operate within good faith or whatever. You know, whatever happens, happens. Anywho, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides FD Signifier. I just mostly hope that you stop doing a lot of the fucking essentialized thinking. That's, to be honest, really the biggest problem that I think I have with you is just a lot of the essentialized thinking that a lot of actual fucking racists also, generally speaking, engage with very often. I don't have room for this power slug. Fuck you, leaves. I've mostly been running around like a dickhead. Okay, we have some problems. So obviously we have explosives now. It's very epic, very cool and stuff. We're gonna blow a lot of stuff up. These fucking dogs are not cooperating with me. They're being kind of bastardly. Do they not like berries anymore or something? What the fuck is going on? Do they like nuts? Do they want nuts? How am I taming these damn fucking dogs now? Did they change the method? And listen, I installed a mod that lets me just make a dog. Just spawn a dog out of materials. And they all immediately disappear. They do the same stupid-ass bug that exists in this dumbass game still, Boy Meets Mini, where if there is a dog that's intrinsically tied with a particular biome, it'll fucking teleport back there. Which is really annoying. I fucking hate that shit. I do not know why that is a bug, specifically with this game. But it's very annoying. This, did you not know about that bug, Boy Meets Mini? That's an old bug of Satisfactory. Old bug. That I don't know if they fixed or not. It's an annoying one. But basically, if you tame a dog with the berries and whatnot, and you have it follow back with you, for whatever reason, because of how the dogs are coded, they always have to inherently stay within the particular biome that they've been essentially placed by the fucking developers. So there was this bug, there was this thing associated with the game, where if you tame a dog and you have it follow back with you, which is fucking annoying, and can very often take an incredibly long ass time to essentially fucking take care of, and it's a pain in the ass, blah 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 blah. Trust me, I know. Listen, I have done the whole fucking shebang shabong. A thing that they do is that very often they will go ahead and go back to, or they will be teleported back specifically to the biome that originally fucking had them. To that dog's original biome within its fucking code. It is one of the most annoying fucking things on the planet, dude. I hate it so much. It's one of the dumbest fucking bugs that exists. It's just like, oh, look at me, I tamed like these 10 dogs. I'm gonna try to get as many power slugs from them as possible. And then they all just like teleport back, and it's just like, what the fuck? So I did say I was going to do like a significant amount of fucking landscaping. I did not do any landscaping whatsoever. But my plan, Boy Meets Mini, is to have all of my modular factories within the grassy fields with some stuff probably further out. Make a road network within the entirety of the grassy fields and whatnot, which means we're going to have to blow a lot of shit up. And then if I have to bring something from really fucking far away, we use trains. Because obviously it's a fucking factory building. Of course we're using trains. What are you, fucking stupid? Ooh, that's a good amount of coupons. But what I wanted to do is, while I was working on all that, I wanted to get some dogs. So then I can have them start making slugs for me. But I can't do that. Grr. And it annoys me that I can't do that. It makes me go like, grr, grr. Not happy. Not happy about that one in particular. But whatever. Hold on. Have to shit on Tactical Templar real quick. Very, very fucking important to shit on Tactical Templar. You see him say some stupid fuck shit, you shit on him. A lot of the reasons, if I recall correctly, Boy Meets Smitty, why quote unquote the right is so against antinatalists in particular, because I also think that antinatalists are fucking stupid, but it's for differing reasons. I just think it's a dumb position, and it's highly nihilistic, and I don't agree with it. But a lot of people don't want to have kids because of other complicated socioeconomic factors. But Templars are retarded rapists, so whatever. Yeah, I don't like the antinatalist shtick of life is a prison you're born into. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, yeah, sure. Do you consent to being given life? No. Technically speaking, no. Right? In a technical sense. But listen, you've been given an opportunity to have life. You might as well make the fucking most of it until you go into the inevitable fucking darkness that is the void when you die. So, fuck it. You know, you've been given life, you've been given consciousness, you have the ability to breathe air and to enjoy the sanctity of life. Make the fucking most of it. That's my fucking... And that's why I don't like fucking antinatalists. I think it's just stupid. Yeah, body is a prison, life is nice. Sure. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck the body. Dumbass body. Goofy all body. Alright, and bullying of Tactile Templar accomplished, as always. Something that is always necessary to do. Alright. Very cool. I wonder if the dogs are not behaving correctly because of the mod that I have on. And I need another mod to essentially try to fix it. I hope that's not the case. Anyway, we got one more meme we gotta go through. Hi, Kier. We're gonna splice this onto our current Kier Starmer sort of stuff because I have not released that video on purpose. Anyhow, let's get started. Alright, future Daho here. Whoa, the obvious thing that happened obviously fucking happened. It was not a fucking rumor, blah, 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 blah. Our favorite kid starver, as Alex Royvoss says, is having a speech for his full resignation as Prime Minister. Whoa, the obvious thing that happened is extremely fucking obvious. This extremely fucking unpopular Prime Minister who literally went back on every single one of his promises. There's a David Dole video that goes through all the promises that Kier Starmer made. He went back on fucking all of them, did a bunch of unpopular policies like making Palestine Action. That's the name of the protest group that I forgot earlier because I'm bad with names. Everyone should know this by now. But it's Palestine Action. They, like, for whatever reason, Kier Starmer and the Labour Party decided to designate them as a fucking terrorist organization. For whatever reason, said that they were terrorists, and also made the claim that, or not the claim, but basically it tried to implement the Online Safety Act and also did all the social media ban stuff. Basically everything possible that he could do to be as unpopular of a prime minister as possible, he fucking did that. But yeah, anywho, Kier, what do you got for me, buddy? Also, by the way, this is also another statistic. This is the 6th prime minister that the UK has had within 10 years. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but this is the byproduct of austerity politics, making everything incredibly unstable.
Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government. The first in 14 years.
The one that you fucking decided to completely and utterly annihilate with all your dumbass attacks against Jeremy Corbyn. The one that you decided to metaphorically rape. Very cool.
A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair.
Yeah, I'm hearing all the honkings.
Of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
Oh, I'm sure morally fucking bankrupt. Does this fucking cuckold over here does literally everything possible in order to give more funding and more fucking goddamn grace to fucking Israel. Yeah, morally fucking bankrupt. Yeah, from Kier Starmer over here. Okay, bro.
Was told,
like, bro, you did like 50 plus fights over Gaza with spy planes to give information to the Israelis, bro. Like, okay, man. Like, nice meme.
Time and time again, that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong.
Yeah, that's because they hated the Tories more than they liked your goofy-looking head ass, dude. That's the fucking whiplash right there of the cycle of samsara that we're basically stuck in constantly. Dumbass fucking neoliberals fuck up because they're dog shit. Conservatives in reality have terrible policies and nobody fucking likes them. Far right takes power, or conservatives take power, make everything fucking worse, and then bring in the fucking liberals to try to stabilize the situation, the fucking mess that the conservatives basically make. All in the meanwhile, more and more wealth continues to get siphoned further and further up the metaphorical ladder.
Because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust.
Yeah, okay, man.
On the economy, defence and national security. And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
Dude, I thought you were the Labour Party. You're not going to talk about the things that you've done in terms of for like labor, for workers. You're the Labour Party for. Okay, whatever. I'm saying that all rhetorically. I know.
The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better.
Oh, I'm
to
sure.
build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen.
From what I understand, the guy who's more than likely going to fucking replace Kier Starmer, or Kid Starver, of course, is also not really going to do anything at all about like Israel's fucking actions within Gaza. Some things change, but they will always remain the same.
Everyone is valued. Wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
Yeah, I'm sure, buddy.
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured.
Yeah, everything is so fucking expensive within Britain, and nobody can afford anything. No one can afford housing. Pensioners are getting randomly thrown in prison. Like, literally, Amnesty International said that Palestine Action being designated as a fucking foreign terrorist, like, organization or a terrorist organization was, like, unironically, like... Amnesty International came out and said, like, yeah, we're kind of concerned about this in terms of free speech within Britain. This is not a good thing. This is actually kind of a bad thing, actually. Yeah, you know, all the anti-trans legislation that was passed, the behest of fucking J.K. Rowling, all the refugees who are getting constantly abused by all the dumbass, schizophrenic, like, far-right weirdos that you're doing nothing about. But hey, whatever. You know, all the working class people that continue to get constantly fucking squeezed out of being able to even afford to live in the city that they call home. Okay, bro.
Infrastructure being built. An end to austerity, with the fastest fall in...
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because from what I recall correctly, Boy Meets Minnie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't the NHS have been getting further privatized under this fucking current Labour government? And then to austerity. Are you sure about that? Okay, buddy.
NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation.
Oh, I'm sure.
In defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling. Asylum hotels closing. Protecting young people from social media. And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made.
It's so hard to take this fucking seriously with the... I don't know if that's the British national anthem, but it's some fucking song from a British song that's just fucking blaring in the background.
Reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect, and the rule of law.
If I recall correctly, unironically, Trump, in response to all of this, and I think I mentioned it earlier, said that, oh, well, I wish Kier luck in his latest endeavors. Dude, you're getting fucking smashed in the QRTs, bro. Bro, everyone hates you and thinks you're a fucking spineless loser. Man, it's so good, bro.
Securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values, and rebuilding our relationship.
I think that's unironically like the only popular thing that's with the British is standing with the Ukrainians.
Our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government. Change fought for by a Labour government. Change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power, and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election.
And they all have said no. Get the fuck out of here. Pack watch, Rip Bozo, fucking smoking on that Kier pack. It's late for future Daho, so that's why I'm being a little bit of a shithead.
I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I accept that answer with good grace.
Mm-hmm.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're done here. Whatever. Fuck you, Kier Starmer. Blah, 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 blah. Same thing I've said before. Yeah, you still fucking suck, little bro. Listen, dude. If you didn't do all that unpopular shit, maybe you'd still be prime minister right now. But unfortunately, you decided to do a bunch of unpopular shit. It is what it is. Yada, yada, yada. And this fucking complete cope speech from probably one of the most cucked fucking prime ministers, I think, ever in power within Britain, is a perfect fucking symbol of the fall of that fucking goddamn country because of all of the years of neoliberal austerity, essentially butt fucking that country for the latter part of about 40 fucking years. At this point, who the fuck knows what happens? It's probably going to be, again, the far right's going to take power. They're going to fuck everything up, make everything worse, and hopefully that's going to give opportunity for the Greens in order to be able to become the main opposition party to come into power and try to, I don't know, like, fix things is like such a fucking difficult thing to say, but trying to mitigate the further downfall, try to help fix at least some of the fucking problems, I have no fucking idea. Because, I mean, even if Zach Belansky does become prime minister by some fucking miracle, all of the fucking capital forces within Britain and every fucking party within Britain is going to come out against him and try to sabotage his fucking goddamn agenda. Why? Because guess what? As is with the tendency of capital and capitalism in general, they'd much rather have the fucking fascists in power in comparison to that of, a socialist who would actually want to fix anything whatsoever. Like, whatever, standard fucking bullshit and historical readings all aside, blah, 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 blah. I don't really expect anything less from Kier Starmer over here, who's now Packwatch, Rip Bozo, gone, fuck you, you suck balls, yada, yada, yada. Future Daho is out. Alright, that's Future Daho done. Future Daho out. It's time to raid out. I rhymed out with out. Fuck. I need to go to bed. I have to wake up early. I have a follow-up interview tomorrow. Very, very cool. Blah, 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 blah. Very, 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 very cool. I'm not Romani. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, Alex, but if you were to actually go up to a Romanian and say, you're a Romani, you're getting stabbed. You will get killed. They will kill you. Fucking Mason getting the Abdul Al-Sayed interview? What the fucking cock and balls is this? That's crazy. Anywho, I'm gonna raid out to Echoplex. So we're gonna raid out to. Raid messages. Alright, dorks, you know what to do, you know what to say. Say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus if alongside the trans tribe with the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid, but so we show appreciation. Those are Infinite Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing with our escapades, for lack of a better term. Very cool, very, very good. I'm gonna go to fucking bed. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.